for learning experiences, grow to be better. I get that.
Correct.
I get that. But the realization of it, you will have to go through these difficult times when building with a woman to get to the greater passion,
Correct.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now this
Yeah.
is so this is the problem. This is the problem that I see though. This is the problem that I see. It's procuring a woman to actually go through those difficult times that won't bail out. You gotta have a rider. If you're gonna go through those difficult situations and stuff, you gotta have a rider. And you have to have the mental fortitude to understand that you made these choices as a man, that you're willing to stick it out also. I think me and my situation, my mindset and everything, I'm willing to go through those quote unquote difficult times with a woman, no problem.
And
I don't
so
have the problem.
yeah, and also be willing, and this is the last part to it, right? Which is this is like the highest level part of it, is also be willing to say I could also lose that woman by doing all the right things. That nothing is 100% guaranteed, and be okay with that, and know that I did everything that was in my possibility to do the right thing, and it just didn't work out, and it's okay for it not to
Yeah,
work
yeah,
out.
yeah.
I think when I hear them talk, they feel like if a man does everything right, it doesn't give the woman a right to leave. No, you could do every single thing right. You plan this parade and it could still fucking rain. It's just a
correct.
part of life. Because it
Like
rains
life,
on
like
the just and the unjust just the same.
yeah, yeah. Just like my dad used to always tell me, life's a gamble, love is a casino. You know what I'm saying? And
Say that
nothing's
one more
ever
time.
guaranteed. Life's a gamble, but love is a casino.
Mm.
I like
You
that.
know what
That's
I'm
true.
Oh, you
You
could
have
break
to
you
pick.
could break that down how you interpret that. That is a say it one more time.
So
I think that was a really good. Say it one more time, please. That was a really good.
life,
I never heard that before.
life's a gamble, but love is a casino.
Mm.
And the way I interpret it is, when you walk in, you've made the mental fortitude to go out to pick a table, whether it's
Mm.
baccarat, spades, not spades,
Blackjack.
craps,
Mm.
blackjack. If you go to
Roulette.
machine or whatever,
Mm.
you go to that machine and you dedicate your time and your money to that machine,
Ooh.
and it still may not work out. You may come out a loser, but there's a 7% chance.
Mm.
There's a slim chance that you may find that one, and all it takes is one. All it takes is one. So
And
you have to
and
go in
not.
there.
I think that is really good. Like when you say, I'm sorry that it kind of got me a little excited about that analogy because when you think about it, you could even bring it down to the penny slot machines. What
I
are
was just
those?
about to say that, right?
What
Yeah,
kind of human
yeah.
beings is the penny slots towards
The
the
size of
quarter
casino
shot,
you hang out in.
the dollar slot
Yeah.
to then they got the high roller tables where it's like, oh, that is a very interesting point of view of looking at
Yeah.
the
What game
dating
are you
pool,
willing to invest
the
in?
dating pool, right? So like, because how I hear it, right,
Yeah,
Granville, I'm glad that you even said this. It brought a lot of, I'm sorry if I cut you up, but it brought up a lot of different neurons in my head when you said it. So I apologize. It got me a little excited. But so like for what I hear, right, for me, right, with you with that analogy, it sounds like too many men are worried on the penny slots. That's what it sounds
Yep,
like. And so
that
I think
part.
it's a great
Yeah.
analogy. But yeah, keep on building Granville, and we're gonna bring Otis in there as well. Go ahead, Granville.
so what my daddy initially said, when he gave me that phrase, what he told me was, you have a choice to make. You can go from a penny slot all the way up to a high roller table. It all depends on what you're willing to take that gamble on. But please understand that most of the time, most of the time, you have to make out the situation of what you bring. You have to be truthful to it. It doesn't matter how you go to the situation or the machine or the table and everything. You have to understand you are willing to give it your all, and understand there's a chance you may come out a loser on it.
Mm.
But if you
True
put the
that.
work in, if you put the work in and the time, and you have a good bit of luck, you can come out a winner,
Mm.
and you'll be set.
Mm. And plus, also we can put it to like, you can take it out of the casino's hands, right, and go play some goddamn poker. So now it's up to you. And it's up to your cards, and you decide how many chips you want to put in and out of a hand, right? Oh man, the casino thing is actually a pretty good reference, actually.
Oh yeah, I love that analogy. I love it. It's visual. It's true. Peace to the panel. Peace to the panel. I like that. I like we're having this discussion on marriage. It needs to be had more. Needs to be more realistic. I believe that you're bringing some reality to the marriage situation. You said something that was stress, but it's not stressed enough. We don't be honest and let the men who are aspiring to be married or have this negative connotation on marriage that it is a job. It's work. Yeah. But that woman that you are willing to put that work in with, it sounds corny as hell, but it is worth it. But like Gransville was saying, you are taking a chance of putting in that time, invested in time in individuals that is not worthy. And then you have to realize it later on down the line. I believe, and not trying to put words in men's mouths, I believe that might be one of the hesitant situations of why they're not willing to give their all into a relationship, because they feel like it's not going to be a good return, or they don't want to get their, lack of a better phrase, they don't want to get their heart broken. A lot of men can't accept rejection. That's something that they need to deal with themselves. And we see it all the time on the news, men doing outrageous things because they can't take the end of a relationship or whatever the situation may be. There is some validity there. We don't know how to take rejection, and that's the hard part. But that success is on the other end of is on the other side once you find that right one and work through it. But it's never going to be easy, never. And that's what we need to stress. It's never going to be easy. This shit is a job. It's a job. But like you said, it's corny, but it's true, for real. If you get through something, true transparency, me and my wife, we came close to divorce a couple of times. I'm not ashamed to talk about it, because when I think about it now, it's laughable. It's funny. Are you kidding me? I almost left my wife for what? And that's how I honestly think about it. So I agree with you. On the other side, and you get past that foolishness, you're like, man, we good. Now we could conquer anything. And I do mean, as corny as it sounds, I believe we could conquer anything. So I land my plane there. But we do have to be more realistic in this relationship for us being married or having a true significant other. Let's be real about it. It's a job. And you need to stay constant at it.
I don't like representing it as a job, because I feel I feel that a job makes it a little bit too mundane. And it makes it's too many people that do jobs that they have no interest in at all.
What word would you use? Because I agree with you. I need to get better in using a more appropriate word. You are correct. What word would you use? Because job does sound like it's you're getting paid, or what word would you use?
Yeah. I really like to just keep marriage as marriage, and I don't want to give it no extra thing. Like it's just marriage, and it's life. I don't see it past life. And it's just things you got to get through as a human being dealing with another human being, that you decided to get through things. And that's why most successful relationships, and that's why I also want to say relationships, because I believe people that have been with each other 10, 20 years, hey, listen, that's still a success, whether you did it on paper or not, right? We need to stop just dismissing those people that have been doing it for 20 years without the paper.
Right, yeah.
We need to stop doing that as well. Even though I understand it is levels to it legally, but let's stop dismissing them on a relationship term value. And
I got you.
And so when people get through things and they successful at it, they do not look at the things that they got through as a negative thing. And I think that's the part that most single people just don't understand. That this is why you don't hear nothing bad about marriage from a successful human being. They actually proud of all those things. So like just how Otis, when he's talking about the things that he could have possibly got divorced with, it is a blessing to him that like that shit is retarded. I look back like I was mad at you for that.
Right, for real, most definitely.
It's not a bad thing because they got through it. So successful people don't look at the things that they get through as a bad thing. because I'm alive, I'm surviving. We still laugh at each other. I still love her. I still have great sex. I enjoyed myself last night, God damn it. So I don't know what they be talking about.
For real, that was TMI. This morning for me, TMI.
So I want to get back to the priceless part because I've given you my thoughts on it, on my outlook and everything, the way I look at the reality. So I'm more reality and not, how can I say this? I always look at the cups half full, but I understand there's missing space in that cup still that needs to be found. So the problem is me understanding the priceless part in a wife outside of children. Because in my mind, no. In my mind, if I were to find someone and I got married and had kids, that's enough for me to ride out with that woman. I'm not gonna lie to you. Kids are marriage is number one, kids are number two. And what I'm looking for right now in my life, because I basically have everything else that I need.
Gransville, can I ask you a question? I promise I missed the first part. What did you say was number one? You said kids was number two. What you say was number one? Marriage. Okay. All right.
And so I got a question before we move forward. Hey, so if you was in a position where, because you said you want to be married, she's pregnant, you had the choice. The doctor said you got to choose one or the other. You got to either choose your wife to live or your brand new child that you never seen, heard, touch, live. What would be your answer?
My wife.
Your wife. So therefore, you don't really believe in the children more than the marriage. So you should work on finding somebody that is compatible with you. Because see, for me, I would choose my child. So and that's where we and that's why we got to go with. That's why I say you got to start finding your philosophy, because your philosophy would start understanding your core values and how the woman you're gonna choose. Because my wife, she believes in that as well. She would say, no, you better save our unborn child before you save me.
Does that depend on the circumstance, though? Please make.
I didn't want to
I got you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to build on that subject.
I got you.
But me and her, we had that same core value that we're going to save our children before the parents, both of us. We want our children to move forward rather than us as a couple. We both have the same sentiment. So that's why we got to go with the value system. And
the way I rationalize it in my mind is, let me answer this question: do I have children already with this woman, or is this our first child?
This would be. That's why I didn't really want to like.
Yeah,
I didn't really want to dive too deep into it, but I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you that I just wanted to show you that it's a philosophy thing, right? Like, so you would choose a wife over a child that you don't know, and I would choose a child that I don't know over the wife, right? And I want my wife to do the same thing, but we both have that core value, so we had never bumped heads there. So now people in the chat, they will bump heads with me. Are you crazy? Or Otis, or you? We could have a full out 2-hour conversation about why one is wrong and one is right.
But I get your point, though. You're just trying to set a baseline of just, I got you. I definitely get your point. I got you.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, so you more care for what you are saying is that it sounds you more care about the wife and the woman being your partner. So but you referencing marriages as you only want to do it because of children, but in reality, you want a companion. That's what you really want. And you just want kids to come out of that companionship and raise that together.
I look at it as a whole, but the reason why I asked you, do I have children already with this woman or I don't, is just my first child. That's why I have to ask you that question. So I can give you a response. Break it down how I think.
Now I understand it, because that's if we want to build on that. I didn't want to build on that as a conversation. I just wanted to have a little small baseline, not a full foundation for the thought pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to make it like we was building a conversation on that, but I just wanted a small baseline just so you could see that, because I knew most people have a different, they have a different philosophy with that, whether one child or not. So I just saying that if you change your philosophy, you would change the woman around you. Is what I was getting at. So once you start changing your philosophy and you start living within that philosophy, you're gonna change everything else around you. And that's when those type of women start being more visible. That's why I'm saying if you want to grow apples in your garden, you cannot be in your neighbor's apple garden and ask them all about these damn oranges. Because now you're going to be a professional orange grower, but you over here trying to grow apples. You need to stay within your own garden. So you need to be proficient at building yourself. So this way you can find a woman that's willing to build with you, so that she be teachable as well. So you can teach her through life lessons, all the things that you learn.
We're not straying too far from the conversation. Please pull me back in if I go too far right. But what are your thoughts and your feelings on quote unquote arranged marriages? Or let me frame it more particular. Growing up, probably before I got out of my 30s, I used to believe that you can honestly meet anyone of the opposite sex and make it work. That was my thought process, because I got that from the times where the arranged marriages were a big deal in other countries and things like that around the world. So I took that premise and I was being very logical about it. If you find someone that you just basically just like, and you meet someone, as long as the differences aren't too outrageous, I used to think that you can make that relationship work into a full-fledged marriage with kids and everything. So my question is, what are you guys' thought processes on that? Do you believe that a little bit, or do you feel that that is totally outdated and that premise is just totally incorrect? But me personally, I do believe that to a certain degree. I do feel that to a certain degree, not a blanket statement. You can meet almost anyone and make that sucker work. Put that time in, put that energy in, and get and build a family. Especially if you're thinking about, I just want kids. Let's build a family from this.
You want me to go first, Granville?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I believe for me it's twofold. So yes, you could be with any woman in this world and make it work. So now the second part to that would be, the only way that could happen if you actually understand the human being, because you could be with somebody that is a complete slut, but she's loyal to you in her mind. How? You know what I'm saying? How? I can't really comprehend that, but it's women out there that feels that way.
Right.
So if you could just completely understand of who that human being is, and you allow that person to just be them, and whatever they do is not necessarily disrespectful because you recognize who that person is, then yes, you can marry anybody. But you got to have a serious degree of understanding of human beings, of what they are, and they come as who they are. For that to happen, most human beings cannot do that. So therefore, my real answer is no, you cannot make anybody your wife. And that's because most people do not have great understanding of human beings and allow the other person to be a flower that blooms. They want to pick that flower up and smell it.
But you as a person, you can, but as a blanket statement, you don't feel that the average person can, but you as a person, you can, correct?
Correct.
Got you.
Go ahead, GBGville. And I also want to welcome to the stage the beautiful Major General.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Riley.
Hey, how are you? How are you, ma'am? How are you?
Hey, Granny. Look at you. You know which one is, you know our ranks. Look at him. Look at him. Look at Sharon knowing our ranks. Okay. I know our
So
ranks.
Otis, could you shorten the question again and ask it again?
Yes, I'll shorten it. I won't get my long sequility. Do you believe that anyone can meet anyone of the opposite sex and make it work into a full-fledged relationship with kids?
No.
Okay, explain.
There are factors because, like Sharon said, I have to assess myself, know my strengths, know my weaknesses, get better, and then go out and procure a person that aligns with who I am, what I think, the way I move. Everybody's not going to fit that mold. You have to find that person. You have to vet that person. You have to understand that person to see if they align with you the closest, because nobody's ever going to be perfect. So no, you cannot just go out here and make it happen with just anybody.
Mm.
Oh wow, great. I mean, I like that. Okay, I definitely
I
respect
do
that.
like that answer. It was a really good thought out answer. I appreciate it. Major General, good day. Good to see you, girl.
Good to see y'all. Always, always, always positive vibes.
What's your thoughts so far?
I don't know. I just felt like I heard somebody up here capping, but
Mm.
I'm
Talk
in
about it.
support. I'm in
Cap in
support.
regard, who
Talk
was
about
capping?
it. It's okay.
Who was capping?
We enjoy discourse.
Granville, you up here capping?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey, Granville.
Oh, tell me the general is
Granville
checking the
still there?
enforcer. Uh-oh.
You there,
So
Granville?
what's your thoughts? What's
Yes,
your
I'm here. I'm
thoughts,
here.
Major General? Do you believe that it's a possibility for anybody to be with any opposite sex and make it work?
I think that I don't think everybody could be with each other.
Why
I
not?
think that I think compatibility is just like really more important. And
Mm,
I think even more important than chemistry, because I think a lot of times we actually go for the people that we have a strong chemistry with. But I look at chemistry like Mentos and Coca-Cola. It does like cause this explosiveness, but it really just leaves a mess after a while. Compatibility, I look at like peanut butter and jelly. It's
ooh.
like you may not want to eat peanut butter and jelly every day, but it will never change the fact that that shit goes together. You understand what I'm saying? That shit just goes together. So I think that you have to have it. Like I think I was just saying that last night. I don't think an atheist could be with a Christian or a
Ooh,
Muslim. Like
that's
you
I
can't put
got
them two together and think, oh yeah, they're gonna make it work. I don't think you can take a woman who's attracted to women and put
ooh.
her with a man who's attracted to a man and then
Mm.
say, y'all two get married and make it work. No, it don't work like that.
So
Ooh.
that's why I was saying earlier. So that's why my answer is twofold, because I think if those two people was to get together and they understand each other, that I know you're gonna go out and do your thing with what you got to go do to satisfy that appetite, but as long as you bring your ass back home type thing, I think those type of individuals could work. But I don't believe most people have that kind of understanding to say what is our marriage and then what is outside of our marriage and all these different nuances of a human being an individual. And so that's why also I say it would never work. And I agree with you 100% at the same time. And that's why I think people believe that I'm very contradicting, is because I could just understand both sides of the coin and I can argue both sides of the coin. So a lot of times people look at me as contradicting because I have an open mindset to conversation. So I just
Yeah,
enjoy
and maybe if their marriage is based on like a business thing or they're both being beards to each other, right? Let's say like my
correct.
family my family has to marry this family so that we can inherit this money and connect these two powerful families together, but we're incompatible and we understand that this is a business deal and financially and it's gonna work or whatever, but we still like I kind of think like what Jada and Will do. I think their
Good
finances
point.
is so entangled with each other is that like if we divorce, we would probably lose so much that we've
Ooh.
invested. So it's like I may not be in love with you in a physical way to where I want to lay down with you and I'm just immaculately in love with you, but the business and the friendship that we've grown, like I'm still cool and I got enough love and respect for you to not mess everything up. We don't have to blow
Ooh.
it all up just because we're having an issue in this one area. How about we deal with this one area no matter what other people are going to say? Because other people are going to say you throw the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm
Right.
just saying is we can drain the water no matter how dirty it is and keep the not blow up the whole mansion. Like no, we want our
Yeah.
mansion.
we could put a filter in this goddamn water or something. We can
Yes,
figure it out.
yes. Okay. We're
Can I
gonna
push back a
change the
little bit?
pipes. Yeah.
Absolutely, you can push back.
Is that and it's just small? It's just a small a major general. Is that more of the lines of that phrase? It's cheaper to keep her. We've been together for so long. I don't want to split up my 401k or my IRA account and all that. We've been together too long. So in me personally,
Yes.
I would
Yes.
interpret that into it's just cheaper to keep her or cheaper to keep him. Whatever one you
Yes.
want to look at it.
Yeah,
But
I definitely think it'd be way cheaper for people to keep people. You know what I'm saying? I do think people rather just sneak around on the side and get whatever 20%, 30% that they feel like they're missing and then stay in the relationship if it's more
yeah,
practice business wise. It's like we living in the economy right now where it's hard to make it by yourself. And then we splitting it up. It's a lot of times where it's like we see couples, we can see married people who are struggling to pay their bills, who only can afford to have one car. They're living check to check as a whole entire family. So you're telling me that they're going to sustain and be able to give their children the best life? No, because 9 times out of 10, whoever's the breadwinner, they lose the kids. Now I could barely pay the rent when we were living together with two incomes. Now I have to help you with your rent at your house and try to have a whole thing here established for me. Like I see my brother do that in his marriage. It's like he has this new marriage and then he has this old marriage and he has to support two households to where it's like, damn, that should be impossible. So sometimes it really actually do be cheaper to keep the person, but
yeah,
sometimes it be too much ego, too much disrespect, and people can't see that.
I got that. Yeah.
Mm.
Ooh.
Oh man, that's a
Hey,
beautiful build right there. Yeah, that's a
okay.
beautiful. All this guy, keep going.
Oh,
My
I'm
fault.
about to move on. Okay, but real quick, because I get everybody's point. Everybody's point. But you know me, a baseline. Hypothetical. I meet you at church. The baseline is we at church, we're both quote unquote Christians. I know you're attractive from afar, but I don't know you like that. So I'm going to get with you mainly because, and it's going to sound fucked up, but it's the truth. I'm going to get with you because I want to build a family. I don't love you yet, but I like you. I like what you offer. We're in the same church. We have the same values. I see of that. So I'm going to get with you, and I know we're going to bear some beautiful children. And then later on down the line, I feel that I'm going to grow to love you. How do you feel about that? Where that baseline is there, we got the common things, and it's there. So let's go in and get married. A lot
Okay, you
of
know what?
arranged
I
marriages are like
think
that.
that I actually think that's pretty amazing. I remember like a couple of years ago when I first came to this space, I said I never want to fall in love. And this is crazy because it's something that my ex taught me, right? He
Okay,
was
okay.
like, when have somebody ever failed and not got hurt?
Mm,
When have you ever wanted to fall? If you go outside and you slip and you fall, you gonna want to sue the city. Y'all go slip and fall in Walmart, you gonna want to sue the city. When you fall, you don't have no control over that. You understand what I'm saying? That's
mm,
not safe. So he was teaching me. He said you shouldn't fall in love. You should grow in love.
Ooh, that was
You
man.
should like he told he like you don't need to fall in love with me. Grow in love with me. Because when
okay.
you grow in love, that's the right way to do it.
So
Hey,
now
You
and
you
got to
shout
see
out
what
grip
I'm
to
on
my
the
saying?
girl
growth.
Now you see what
Sherry,
I'm
bro.
saying?
That is one
Hey,
interesting and
hey.
man, that brought up so many different
See?
ideas in my head when you said that. When do somebody fall and not get hurt? And then you said, when somebody fall in front of your house, they're going to sue. That's
They
what
gonna try to sue you.
divorce is, right? They fell and now they trying to sue you. That's divorce.
Yes.
I definitely give her a point.
Yes.
I definitely give her a point.
So
Who's going to fall and not try to break their fall?
Ooh,
When you
yeah,
fall, you're going to try to break it, or you just going to just fall and accept your decision.
And now you embarrassed, and it comes with
Right.
embarrassment and
So
shame,
I
and
yeah.
what follows embarrassment and shame? Anger, bitterness.
mm,
Every time you falling, every time
ooh,
you falling for something, now you fall down in the rain, and some people start laughing at you. Get up, you won't fight them.
and
It
that's
could it could have been your
ooh.
own fault that you fell. Your shoes wasn't tied. Your shoes wasn't tied. You was running. Because sometimes it's your fault your marriage failed.
And not only that, when you fall, everybody else laugh. It's a very similar thing too. You know what I'm saying? That's
yeah.
why we all
And now
laughing.
you want to get up and you want to swing on them. Because I ain't gonna lie. If I fall and somebody start laughing, I'm getting up. I'm about to knock you down. Don't laugh at
Oh,
me.
The oldest
I really,
scenario is
I had to let
scenario.
that marinate. That is a really good analogy, to be honest with you. Go ahead,
So
GBGville, and
to
pass it.
Otis
You can come back.
scenario. To Otis's scenario, I'll agree. I'll agree to those terms because in those terms, it gets you a chance. You're not blinded by this quote unquote love. You're not looking at this person through rose-colored glasses, and you're able to build a relationship to understand that person. And in this scenario that you gave, it gives you a chance to look at and highlight the good inside this person to actually build something with. It gives you a chance to build something with this person, and things come like children, first home, more progression at work and everything. And while you going through these situations with that person, you're getting to know them and understand them for who they are, and eventually you come to loving that person.
And
It was
he
also
built
when
on
you
personally,
talk
a
yeah.
about
solid
the
foundation.
way how men fall in love versus the way women fall in love, I think is interesting that us men, we say women fall in love with their ears, right? This is something that we always hear. And I think the only problem with that saying is that it gives the ideology or leave room for the ideology that you have to lie to women. That's the only problem I have with it. Just because she fall in love with her ears doesn't mean you need to now lie to that woman. Because
I
she
never
could
They
heard
fall
that
in
do
love.
before.
because women don't love in reality. Women love in delusion. Like
Damn.
you can say if a man is treating a woman right, like you don't have to lie to her. She'll lie to herself. She'll
Damn.
she'll be she could be a nigga sneaky link, and I'm telling you right now, there got girls who are knowing they're sneaky links. That every time somebody say that man name, she said my man, my man, my man. You understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, how many times have you seen that's my husband? That's my husband, and then they ain't married. You
But
don't
that
even have to lie to them. They'll lie to themselves because women love in all delusion. They love in
Yeah,
delusion.
that's
We
true.
love in delusion. We think y'all are the greatest things in the world when we in love. We just think y'all are like everything. And it's like, no, they human. But when you in love with them, they superhuman.
and so but that's why I don't believe in that we should be lying to our women. We should always tell them the truth because
Facts. Because if you love us, you shouldn't
Wow.
lie to us.
we
But do
should
women really
we
want the
shouldn't
truth
lie.
though?
Wait, hold
Cheryl,
on.
do
You said
women?
we shouldn't lie, right?
Yeah, y'all shouldn't lie.
And that's my point because we hear most people in these spaces, they say you should lie to a woman.
I
No,
don't
You
want to
should
because
lie to a
because
woman,
because
but will
that's
women?
manipulation.
mm,
The lie is the manipulation. Remember on the other day when Mr. Let Go was saying that women are children or whatever, right?
okay.
And he started telling the analogy. He got all the women to agree with him. He was like, women just want to be like when she come home and she said I had a bad day at work. The girl was tripping. He said, you tell her I'm going to get that girl. I'm going to beat that woman up. But no, what you're doing is you're conditioning women to behave like children because you're not giving them adult consequences and having adult conversations with them. You can condition
Mm,
people. You can condition people to be anything. Right now, your child is malleable, right? You can tell her anything and you can tell her a bunch of lies and she'll believe it, but that's just brainwashing. If you love me, you tell me the truth, no matter how much it hurts, because the truth doesn't hurt when I'm adjusted to it. So if I can adjust to the lies, that means I'll adjust to the truth. It just means
mm,
that the sometimes the truth is I'm sitting in a dark room and everybody knows if you've been asleep all day, you've been in a dark room, somebody come in there and flash the light on. What are you gonna do? Close your eyes, go back to sleep? Like what are you doing? But at the end of
mm,
the day, your eyes are gonna adjust to the light. You don't stay in the darkness just because you don't want to hear the truth. You need
woo,
the truth. You may not
woo.
always like it because it's
Mm.
really that flashlight in the middle of a dark room. It's hurting your eyes, but no, you need that truth. A man should be honest with a woman at all times because if she's already gonna lie to herself and you're lying to her,
Mm.
she's gonna end up beyond. Delusion is one place. She can go delulu with the truth.
Right
But
with
if
the
you
truth.
feeding her lies,
Woo! That's when your
Cheryl.
car going. That's when your car gonna get on fire. All of a sudden,
that's why she want to put the sugar in your tank. That's why because listen, when she could go back to when you said, "Oh, I told you the truth," and then she
mm,
realized that, "Oh, I probably was being a little crazy,"
there
she'll
we
be
go.
more lenient. But when she find your lie, she gonna be like, "No, you feel this lie.
Mm,
You put the battery in my back. Now I'm about to
yes.
flat your tires. Now I'm about to
Woo,
bust your windows. Now I'm
mm,
about to go find your mama and beat your mama up. Now I'm
mm.
about to go push your old grandma down the stairs and she gonna break her hip again."
Damn.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what be making them go crazy. Stop lying to them.
I
You're
I
always
gonna
believe
want to
suffer
that.
in the
welcome.
end.
I always want to welcome to this show, Truth is Love, and hopefully nobody's pushing no grandmothers down the stairs. They got
Mm.
bad hips and things. I'm the only person that's supposed to be breaking the grandma hip in a different kind of way. Go ahead. Truth is love.
What's going on, Ron B?
I'm all
How you
right.
doing? Good. First for the formalities. What's up, baby sis? Gville, OWP. How y'all doing this morning?
Peace to you.
Beautiful.
Peace to you.
Well, yeah. Everything Sherelle said is correct, really. I mean, as we've
Not
been in
everything,
space,
but
nothing is new. But the format, like, I think when we're talking about wife, people don't understand what that actually is. Only here do we convolute and change the title and the responsibilities here. Everywhere else, it's ran the same exact way since the beginning of time.
hmm,
Like
interesting.
how we're saying that it's okay to step outside of your marriage and it's okay to do this, and we're only here for financial gain and financial stability, and because we're locked in because we got so much to lose. Everywhere else is like we're married and it's till death. And the law actually says that we're not supposed to break up. Only here we have, what is that called? I forgot that stupid ass clause they got in the divorce thing now. Irreconcilable differences. That's only
Okay.
here. It has to be a major life changing or life threatening event. Most of the time it's through infidelity, which here we're saying it's okay to do as long as the individual know we're doing it, or somebody is lying to the other person doing it. I don't believe that you should
So you
cheat
don't.
on your wife at all.
So you don't think that the way how people look at relationships should change with the times? You think it should
No,
stay? You don't think it should change? But that's the problem that a lot of people have. That's why I try to stay away from the Bible talk, because I think that kind of talk is good for the people that's into
yeah,
that.
I ain't even talking about the Bible. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but you might you
every
might
culture. Yeah,
you
let me
might not
finish
be
up.
talking about it, but when you reference it that way, that's what people mind go towards.
Well, I can't help what other people might say. I said all other cultures other than here. Hinduism, Japanese, everything is constructed in a certain type of reference point where it's man, husband, woman, and wife. And there's certain responsibilities that you must do, not you have a choice. Marriage is not for everybody. It's just not. Some people is just a boyfriend and just a girlfriend. Y'all probably just live together because of the situation that America has created financially and through the infrastructure and how everything is changing, bills are being raised, stuff like that. That's why more and more people are saying, okay, we're going to live together. Common law. There was a common law if you live back. I don't know how long ago it was. If you live together 12 years, then you're considered married.
It
A
was,
whole bunch of other stuff
it
that
was,
was clauses here.
Yeah,
There's nowhere else in the world,
it was
like
7 years.
nowhere
But
about
else.
to say
the
7 years.
reason why is because people have a little bit more autonomy, and this is what people really want in their relationship. They want a little bit more autonomy. They do not want to be looked at a certain way. And when you force people to not be autonomous, that's when we have a lot of pushback. And this is why we have a lot of pushback with relationships nowadays, because people want to form their own relationships however they see fit for them and the human being that they chose, and
So Shalom,
they don't
what is
want to look bad
autonomy?
about it. Huh?
What does autonomy mean? Because this I hear that word a lot, but
That they
I
can
want
control their own, they can control their own destiny.
okay. So when you control your own destiny, is that marriage?
It can be.
See what I'm saying? It can. I said, is it? What marriage actually is not you have your own autonomy. You have now
And
became
that's
one
what,
with another individual.
and that's the issue that a lot of people have with marriage. This is why marriage to most people sounds like quote unquote slavery. And people
Okay,
do not
so
and people
let's
do
deal
not
with
want to
that.
be, it's
That's
everything
why I
wrong with
said it's
slavery.
not for everybody.
No,
Most people
I'm
on
not
this
saying that.
planet are
So,
selfish.
so this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the optics of how it look, and you talking about what it actually is, right? So when
Yeah,
I'm saying that
I don't
people,
care how things
the
look.
way,
I care about what it is.
yeah, but we can't look at it that way if we want more people to have a different philosophy. Because what you were talking about is just an ideology and it's a philosophy. This is what I was talking about earlier. Is the philosophy. Your philosophy is hard. I don't care. You got to deal with it. You got to have the mental. You got to be strong. You got to do this. This death do you part. And that's it. Most people do not want to live death do they part with no options. That's just
Oh,
reality.
that's
It's
why I
time.
said. Listen, what you said. Most people. So
And that's
I'm gonna iterate it one more time. Marriage is not for everybody. It's not for most people.
no, that's not
It's
true.
only for individuals. To who? You?
So here's the problem: the your ideology of marriage is not for everybody.
What
But
is
but
again
is your ideology the opposite
exactly?
of your ideology?
Say that again.
What
Is your
is marriage?
ideology the opposite though? You saying his
Yes,
ideology?
my philosophy on marriage is completely different than true because mine.
Yes.
I live in understanding that the way how I'm running things.
Yeah.
That's why I don't talk about how I run things. The way how I run things in my house is not good for a lot of other people. So that's why I'm saying his philosophy of it is what going to turn people away from marriage,
I want them to be turned away.
and that is the wrong ideology to have.
Okay,
You know
okay.
why?
So I need
Because
to
I
ask
think
you
only
this.
people that should be married should be married. The people that's not shouldn't be married. It's people out here that know they shouldn't be married because they is honest to themselves, and that's people
True.
that's honest with themselves. People are not honest with who you are.
I disagree, but go ahead, Granville.
You can disagree.
So truth. By your
Yes.
ideology about marriage, correct?
Yeah.
What percentage of the population do you think lives by your ideology? Strict, clear cut, never faltered, never flesh, never got weak or anything. What's the percentage?
You said never got weak.
Yeah, that's a loaded
Never got
question.
weak,
That's a
flesh
loaded
never
question.
got weak. What
Uh,
to your ideology that has lived by it that have never faltered? What's the percentage? You
probably
think?
less. Yeah,
And true.
less
Also,
than
you could turn
probably
down your
1%.
TV. Can you turn down your TV a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I'll mute that.
Go ahead. So with the way how you view marriage, true, is what he's asking is like, what is the percentage of people having that ideology who's going to be successful in marriage? Is what he's asking. And
Not successful, Sharon. I don't want to know about the successful. I want to know
okay.
about what his percentage does. What's the percentage on what he thinks has never faltered? That's followed that strict guideline to the Bible.
Right,
What's
right.
the percentage?
It's not.
I don't think
Correct.
he said never faltered though. That's the point.
Exactly.
He did say that.
No,
He
but
said
I'm gonna answer the question.
part.
I'm gonna answer the question, but I never said that. But sure, it's easy to say this. I mean, what zero? Probably 0.1, 1%, 2%. Very slim. Marriage is
Okay,
again, marriage is not for everyone. It's not for perfect. It's for people that know how to stand and stand on their principles.
So do
And
you think?
saying, okay, I made a commitment to another individual other than myself, and I'm in it.
So why wouldn't you want more people to get in the thought patterns of being married?
No,
Because
I didn't. I
it's a
didn't
thought
say
pattern.
that. You're not listening. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna say it
I
one more
don't think
time.
he said that.
I'm gonna say it one more time. I
All
said,
right, so wait, before you go, what I want to say is this: the way how you are conveying it, you are going to produce people to not want to be in it.
oh,
That's your
no, not,
interpretation. You keep
okay,
saying
so
that.
Hold on,
yeah,
hold on, no, hold on, because I want to make sure I'm clear. He said that himself. He said he want more people to not be married
okay.
because they are
So
not
watch this.
marriageable.
Watch
That's
this.
what he
Watch
said.
this. Sherelle, you there?
I'm here.
No, I said Sherelle.
Wait, sometimes they call Sharon, and sometimes they call Sharon Sherelle.
They
I've been
do.
seeing that
You know what funny
happen.
you've
It
been
do
to.
happen often.
They was calling you Sherelle on the panel the other day. I was like, I'm up there. But what's up,
So,
True?
baby sis, if you choose to get married, are you in a marriage or are you going in the marriage looking for your husband to cheat on you?
No.
Are you going in a marriage looking forward to your husband making sure that whatever he promised you, he uphold his word?
Of course. That's like, yeah, I'm marrying somebody I could trust. I'm trusting with my life.
Okay. So, Sherelle, it's not going to turn. It's going to turn certain people off. Certain people that ain't supposed to be married. She lives her life a certain lifestyle where is it conducive to a structured lifestyle. So
All right, so I want to jump in
honestly,
right
Because
she will.
because you have to be vigilant and you have to do the due diligence. And with
Correct.
anything you drive, like with anything you do, I'm pretty sure y'all could get on YouTube right now and watch a bunch of 18-wheeler drivers dying. I get in a truck every day and I drive because I just trust that God is going to keep me safe. So if that's fear in anything life because life comes with risk, but we risk everything in life.
Correct.
You seen somebody get hit by a car last week, but you didn't get hit. So
And
why
so
do you think that just because bad things happen that they're automatically going to happen to you?
and so also I want to say is this. So the problem is that you framing marriages as one thing. And so now if somebody else was to come up here and says, listen, I want to marry somebody that's going to ride with me and I don't mind him stepping out of our marriage to go have sex with somebody, you would say, well, that's not a marriage and you shouldn't be married. You're not
You
married.
can, yeah.
And the
So
problem, and the problem is that if they marriage works the way how it works for them, we should not be pushing their ideology away because it works for them.
no,
And what you are saying is that no, if you don't do marriage
let me
in
know when
this
you finish.
exact way that I have right here, your marriage
Mhm.
don't count. And that's what's pushing people away from the even philosophy of being with somebody.
Okay, so
Am I wrong about that assessment?
yeah, you're incorrect.
Yeah, because I
So
didn't think he said that either.
yeah, I didn't say that either. So
Right.
you're hearing what you want in your head in sense. So I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna say it as clearly as possible. Marriage, since the beginning of time, has been constructed one way. Only here, if you was living only here in America, if you take your black tail over to any of these countries, you couldn't run it how you want to run it. It's not going to happen. It's no longer considered a marriage. What you have now is a transactional situation written off by paper. It is only contractual. It is no longer a marriage. People that are married that does it the right way, they understand, hey, I'm going into this
Pause right
relationship
there.
not for myself.
Pause right
Let
there.
me finish. Or
Pause right there. So when you say the right wait, pause right there. The right way is the issue. So
okay,
this
that's
is when
your issue.
so when you say the right way, that means
Yes.
what I'm saying is that if Sherelle and GBGville say they are married, however they consider it successful for them and is moving forward, you cannot negate that because it doesn't fall in your parameters of marriage, is what I'm saying.
I didn't say that again.
Wait. Hold on, truth. Because I gotta change. Because now I understand what Truth's saying. Truth is saying the guidelines of the basis of the marriage, of what marriage is. If you cannot uphold those guidelines and basis, what it's been since the beginning of time, then you can't truly be married. What you have is not truly a marriage. I can agree with Truth with what he's saying, but I agree with Truth. I understand what he's saying.
It doesn't matter who you agree with. I'm not trying to agree with my side or his side.
I'm just saying I had the epiphany to understand what he was saying. I was
and
hearing him,
I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to get him to let him know I understand what he's saying. But I think his ideology is to say that just because day variation of marriage, you cannot say day marriage don't exist.
Who did I never said that. Okay, I'm gonna say it one more time.
I don't know why you're not understanding.
I never said theirs didn't exist. You're not listening. So I'm gonna say it one more time.
Crazy to me.
How you run your marriage? I'm gonna use the most applicable one that we know. Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. Okay, how they run that? No, I don't have to support the corruption. You can do that. I don't have to. What I do is what something is originally designed for, I stick with that. If it ain't broke, don't break it. I do not do that type of stuff.
So pause right there.
If I'm not ready to be married, if I'm not ready, let me finish. Or you, if you don't let me cut you off, brother,
when you say a point, you can't.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off when you say a point that I want to jump in. Then
right, that's fine because I'm
gonna do that. You know that now.
I don't have no problem.
Say it again.
We
someone runs
at that part right there. At that
when
part right there,
someone runs their marriage how they want to, versus how it is constructed. They can live however the hell they want to. I don't care. I don't care what they do. They can do it. But if somebody asks me, you're asking me. You didn't ask me to say, should everybody do it? No, everybody can't live like me. They can't do what I did. I never said that. They're not gonna be beholden to their wife like I do. I know most men in here don't behold to their wife like I will. So that's out of the question.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, but if you speak on marriages that is only your way or the highway because you do it by the strict 10 laws of marriage. Let's just give it an example. I'm just saying 10 just so we can have a baseline. They got these 10 laws and you violate any one of these 10 laws, then that's not a marriage. That is the problem with people wanting to be married. People want to have the ability to build a life the way how they see fit. And when people are on these places and saying that marriage is a job, marriage is hard, marriage is work, and marriage is this bad and this bad and this bad and bad and bad, why the fuck would they get married? Why the fuck would they want to build a nuclear family? It doesn't sound like it's conducive to real reality. Just like GBGville said earlier, is the reason why we even sparked the conversation, because he could do everything. He could pay for everything. So what's the purpose of bringing a woman and he looks at it as, I'm just bringing on a headache? Because now she's going to talk to me.
That's
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. We move past
like
it.
That. Don't frame what I said like
not
that.
You. So people are saying that they could buy all those things that a wife can do in a relationship. This is how the conversations turned into this.
Yeah, but my issue with the situation was I was trying to, Sharon, I wanted to hear your insight because I know you're a married man.
Right, because we have
a
conversation.
In this space, you speak positive on marriage. So that's why I was asking you that question. Even though I look at the realities of how women are, that I think how women are, how I see they move and all that stuff, marriage is not. Marriage hasn't become a deterrent for me. It's still a goal. I just look at it as I need to get as much information as I can as possible because this is what I want to do. But I don't want to be lied to and told when I know the reality is marriage is hard. Marriage is hard because you have to sacrifice yourself for another person.
Correct.
It is good. Marriage.
You do not.
What problem do you have with that, Sharon? That's the point I don't understand. We all
not
agree
true.
that marriage is hard.
Because it's
marriage
not
is hard. What issue do you have with that? We're not
lying because
marriage is hard.
Because life in general is hard.
Right. So why are you fighting it?
But the problem is when we say life is hard, nobody look at life in a negative version of it. And if you do look at life in a negative version, right, you say that person is depressed. So therefore, that's why
who said marriage was negative?
Because y'all not understanding what y'all said. I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna be 100%. I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all. Y'all don't realize
what you can't do marriage your way. You consider it negative.
Do not realize what y'all sound like.
No, you don't. I'm sorry.
You don't.
You outvoted. You really contradicting yourself. No one on this panel that is married said one time that marriage is not bad. I don't think we're making a marriage sound bad and horrible. We're being honest about it. It's a beautiful thing, but it takes work.
So here's the problem. You do not believe that. Y'all do not believe that y'all make marriage sound bad. And Granville will allow you to, he would tell you that most people on these panels make marriage sound bad.
No, who said that?
Most people, no.
Most people ain't married.
I could give credit. Stop, hold on. I could give credit to what Sharon's saying. Yes, most people defame marriage in a bad light in this space. The reason
people that ain't married, right?
No, listen. It doesn't matter. I don't care about all that. I don't care about
that matters. That matters. Somebody that's not married, how they going to tell you about marriage?
But hold up. The same way you told Sharon on Sharon asked you, not a general analysis. I'm talking on me right now. So your general analysis doesn't matter because I'm talking about me. I understand that people talk negative on marriage a lot in this space, but there are people in this space that are balanced, and then they may have some people that are overtly opposite. Sharon's overtly opposite where he disregards the negative, and negative not meaning negative is bad. This is the reality of the things. These are the reality of the things. Sharon goes far to the right, while the people on the back go far to the left. But you have people like Callie Bev, you have people like Love C, you have other people in this space that are more balanced in the middle. They give you the reality of it. And then you have people on opposite ends of the spectrum. What I did this morning was to hear the positives because I know Sharon gives aggressive positives towards marriage. So I wanted to get his insight on it because I need to take all the information I can get as possible to see people who I respect in this space to make an analysis, to give me a better view on the situation. That's not saying that my view on marriage is bad. I just need the reality, and then I need to take the assessment from other people with the information that they have given me to make an analysis to see what I will do. It may change the perspective that that's all it is.
Awesome. HQ is in the show as well. I want to. Oh, you breaking up, Granville? I'm not sure if you stopped or you breaking up, but also I want to welcome HQ to the show.
Nah, you good? I'm done.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hello. You hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm listening to the discussion of marriage. I don't know whether people really grasp how beautiful how beautiful a marriage or how secure a marriage can be if you have the right person that's in the situation or the marriage with you.
Correct.
There's only a couple things that you need to have to actually say you have a marriage. Everything else is like variables that go into marriage. You have to have commitment. You have to have two whole human beings, full human beings, not this partial and these fragile beings walking around. And marriage, as I find it, or I found it, it got easier. The longer I was married, it got easier.
Correct.
Marriage is hard. Marriage is not hard at all. Once you make that commitment to say, this is my person, this is a person I wish to look in the same direction with, this is the person I wish to grow with, this is the person I commit to. Marriage is not hard once you decide in your mind that this is the person that you want. People say marriage is hard. Marriage is not hard. Marriage is just hard because you don't want to do the things necessary for that marriage to stay on the right track.
Correct.
I stayed married. I was married for 30 years. It was easy for me to be married because my husband let me be me.
Thank you.
He let me be all that I could be. He looked me in the eye and said, I want you to be everything that you want to be, not everything I want to be. I want you to cook and clean and be the this, that, and the third. That's great. But if that's not something that you are into, we can work around all of the things that you need. But I want to look in the same direction as you. I want to be committed to you. I want to stay married to you. And it got easier as we stayed together, as long as we stayed together. People make marriage complicated. That's all you need are the three things. To stay with a human being, to look in the same direction, meaning you have the same values and goals for a marriage, and you have to be willing to commit to someone bigger than yourself.
Correct.
Absolutely, right there. And that's all I was saying is that the people that are successfully married gotta stop making marriage seem so goddamn difficult. And
She said everything I said.
No, she did not.
She literally said everything I said.
Hold on. If you don't recognize that what she said and how you said it is two different things, and then
I'm a man. I'm not going to say it in a woman way.
You are not self-reflective on the words that you are
I'm
using.
not going to say it in a woman way. She said exactly everything I said from her point of view.
So do you think marriage is hard?
Do I think marriage take work? Yes.
All right. Yes. So therefore,
it takes work.
It wasn't for you to. I didn't want you to expound on it yet. I'm gonna give you the time to expound it. So the problem is that she's not saying that.
She didn't say it take work. She said as time goes, it's not easier. That means she
did not. Hold on. She did not. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. She did not say.
HQ, please come off of me.
Hold on. Are you listening or you just want to respond? She did not.
I want her to say it because you're telling me what she said. I want to hear what she said from her.
Again, she said marriage is not hard.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking her.
It doesn't matter who you ask. I'm telling you what she said.
I don't care. I'm asking the person that spoke.
I'm saying that.
Did you say marriage is hard? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
Thank you. You said
marriage. Did I just say it right there?
I said marriage.
No, hold on. Hold the fuck on. This is where it gets annoying to me a little bit. She did not say what you said. She did not say marriage is hard. You yourself said marriage is hard. This is a fact. Do you believe that? All right. So if I misunderstood you, this is the time for you to correct me, and I apologize if I was wrong. Did you not say marriage is hard?
Yes, initially I did.
So that's why I said the way how you describe marriage is
Okay.
very difficult for people to want to be married, is what I'm
So,
saying. And for some reason, y'all act like I'm not hearing what y'all saying.
okay, and I'm gonna ask.
They're saying the
I'm
same
ask
thing, though,
HQ
Sharon.
real quick. I'm gonna ask her real quick. Watch this. HQ, what does commitment mean to you? She's gonna say everything that I said. Watch.
Commitment means I am dedicated to looking in the direction as the same person, having the same goals, having the same ideology for a relationship that another person has. And
Is that autonomous?
is that autonomous? I don't think that you would use that word. Autonomous is basically meaning, yes, it is. It is to a certain extent, because he let me be.
No. I asked you based off what
Don't try
you
to
just
frame it.
said.
Don't try to
I'm not
frame it. Let
reframing.
her
I'm going by
answer.
her words. What you said when you said you're moving with him, is that autonomy the word?
Yes, it is. We are on the same
All right.
street, walking
So
on
I'm
different
about to
sides
bring
of
up the word
street.
autonomy.
I mean, hold on.
You guys saying the same thing. You really are. You saying the same
No,
things.
they are not.
Hold on.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing, but I just want to
They
make
are.
words are important.
We are
Words are
walking
very
down
important.
we are walking down the marriage street together. That doesn't mean I'm walking lockstep with him. I'm walking on the same street, but we're walking in the same direction with each other. And I am doing what I do as a woman. He's doing what he does as a man, but we still commit to each other on the same street. A lot of people go different directions, and that's why marriage.
Okay, so y'all
And
walking
they
down the
work, right?
same street.
Okay, pause.
You're doing things as a woman. He's doing
Hold on,
things
pause.
as a man.
Hold on,
So
pause.
autonomy means, I'm gonna say this again, words are
Hold on.
important.
Hold on. No. So hold on. Please. Hold on, please. So here's the problem. Is that we are having a conversation and we are using each other words. Right now, we want to go to literal definitions. When we go to literal definitions, that change it from a conversation to a debate. And I'm not trying to have a debate. I'm trying to have a conversation. What I'm trying to say is that the way
I ain't trying to help. What are you talking about?
what I'm talking about, because we know we
When
can
you have conversations, you're supposed to be correct too. What are you talking about?
exactly. So therefore, let's be correct with what we are saying.
Yeah, you use the word autonomy.
The way how you are describing marriage, you make it sound negative and hard
to
and
you,
not to me.
Yes, to you.
Okay, so even if it is,
just said he understands. Gville just said Sherelle understands what I'm saying. It don't sound hard. It sounds bad or something to somebody that is selfish. She literally just said, I am moving down the same street as my husband. I am moving as a wife. He's moving as a husband. We're still on the same street walking together. He's committed to me. I'm committed to him. Does he give me room to blossom for my greatness? Yes, I never said don't do that.
The difference, pause right there. You are saying giving room. He didn't give her room. He said, be you.
She just said.
The problem is you put it in a room. So it's defined. It has
she literally just said that.
You gotta listen, brother. You have to
You
listen.
guys are using.
She literally just said, I'm going by what she said.
Hold on. The problem is that you're trying to be right in the conversation instead of having a conversation.
I think y'all saying the same thing, man. I
I'm
really
trying to
are.
be right.
Saying the same thing.
It's okay if you think that, but we are absolutely not saying the same.
No, we're not saying the same thing. And I'm not trying to be right. I'm correct.
I'm talking about Heathen Queen and True Love. They're saying the same thing. I know you and Sharon are.
We're saying the exact same thing.
Yeah. True Love and Heathen Queen are saying the exact same thing. The whole point is this: what Heathen Queen said, I agree with. She just don't like the word work. But I'm going to say this. Everything she said, she's working. No. They're working. That's all we're saying. We're not saying it's hard work. We're just saying when you're married, it's going to take work.
You said it was hard work. It's not.
Okay. So if it is hard work. It's
not
a bad thing.
No, it's not hard work.
Okay, hold on. See, this is the part that y'all not understanding. I don't know why y'all not understanding it. Me and HQ, we are saying that being in a marriage with somebody that you are compatible with and you love them, that shit is easy. marriage is easy. Y'all, on the other hand,
Straight
saying that
easy.
everything
Easy.
y'all are saying everything in a marriage is hard and it's difficult and it's work, and y'all not recognizing, even though we are telling you this is the way how we, the people on the other side hearing y'all two talk, we reflect the way how y'all use your words towards marriage as a difficult thing, and most people do not want to be dealing with that type of relationship.
Can I please say this, please? I'm going to say this, and I'm hoping I'm not flip-flopping. I'm going to make this clear. Marriage is work. I'm not going to say hard. Take hard off the table. Marriage is work. Two people of the opposite sex working together to become as one and live life together. That's work. That's all we're saying. Take the hard part off of it. I'm pretty sure Heathen Queen will agree with that. It's work. I'm pretty sure you would agree with that. It's work. Now, let me break it down even more. Every marriage has a different contract. It's a contract nonetheless, but every marriage has a different fine print in their contract, and that's their covenant. I'm not going to bring in God. I'm not going to bring in none of that. But when you say I do to this woman and vice versa, that's y'all contract, and it's going to take work. My plane is landed. That's all we saying.
So here's the problem with what y'all not understand. The word work is the proper context if we use exact definition. Yes. However, the way how society use work, at least over here, work is not a positive connotation. Most people go to work and they hate their work. They hate their job. They just do it because it is a way to a means. Most people are not doing it to achieve something. And this is the problem that y'all not understanding, is that the way how we use word, yes, by definition, the word work is the absolutely right word. But the way how we use the word work over here, it is not the right word, and we trying to promote marriage in a positive light.
Yeah, we're not.
Can't understand that, then we just
agree to disagree. So now you kind of change the word.
It's not.
We're using work as a building mechanism, as a positive work. It sounds like people say work in a marriage means I gotta be faithful. I gotta do that. I gotta do. That's what it sounds like from my point of view. But once you find the right person, I don't have to do it. I want to do it.
And that's all we say.
There you go.
You are not saying the same thing.
Won't you be faithful? I won't. Marriage is not a battle amongst a man and a woman.
Right.
It's not a war.
Correct.
Marriage amongst a man and a woman is coming together. I love you. You love me. And we working together to battle the world. I hear some of the most ridiculous, stupidest, I don't know what to believe what's going on around here. And y'all say that y'all giving people solutions, but to me, all I see in the comments is y'all scared the hell out of young folks.
Thank you.
Wow.
And hold on, Sherry Berry. And this is what I just wanted Truth and Otis to understand, that you are not recognizing the way how you are describing it. It scares other people into thinking that
I drink because I want to, 10-7. I work hard.
Sherry Berry, don't worry. Sherry Berry, don't worry. Hold on. Don't worry. If you're gonna stay in the comments, then you go to the comments. But if you up here having a conversation with us, keep it up here with us. So
I honestly, can I say this? I honestly believe, and let me lower my tone, because for some reason people in the chat always take me the wrong way. I just talk loud, but let me just keep my radio tone without raising my voice. I believe in my heart that we're all saying the wrong thing. I mean, we're all saying the same thing. I believe our problem is caught up in that word work. We all have a different definition of the word work. When I say work, I believe work is a good thing. A marriage, you have to work at it to get that good outcome. I don't think that sounds bad, but I do believe you have to work at it. I work with making my wife, this marriage, pleasant and working and livable. That's all I'm saying.
So we had a conversation. We all had a conversation, and we said we do not use the word submission because it's a trigger word, even though the word by definition is not negative at all. But the way how the women perceive that word submission is very negative, and that's why we shouldn't use it. Is that correct?
To a certain degree, yes.
So that's what we are trying to explain to you. When you use this word work and duty, and I have to do this, people do not want to be in a relationship where they have to. They want to be in a relationship where everything is
okay.
Free will.
So let me ask you a question. When you say you don't want to use the word,
so we have to use proper words for what the community understands as positive, not just because the strict black and white definition doesn't mean negative.
Correct.
So we're going to take the word for, I'm not trying to be funny. So we're going to take the word work off the table. We're going to stick with the word marriage, because marriage encompasses everything that is, far as the hard times, good times, getting through whatever. But the outcome is we're working on our marriage. And there's going to be situations that's in that marriage. Now, I'm not going to use the word bad or work, but there's going to be situations within that marriage that you got to get through, because it's not going to be rosy all the time. You're going to have some situations, but we're not going to use the word work, because that's a negative connotation and that triggers people. So when young people want to come to individuals like myself, who is happily married, and I'm honest with them, and I say, it's not going to be rosy every day. You're going to have to commit. There's going to be times where you have to understand your wife, learn how to rethink your thought processes. But I'm not going to use the word, it's going to take work, because that's a negative conversation. Is that what you're saying? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but
yes, we need to use better words to describe what we are actually describing. Yes.
So
we got to get a better vocabulary on, because just think about it like this. Granville, he said it today. Sharon has a positive outlook on marriage. So when I want to hear the other side of the positivity, I'm going to Sharon. So that goes to show that I have a different language that makes people believe that marriage can be productive and positive without any he looks at it so bad, even though I do tell the truth. He looked at it so bad that I'm only talking about positive because of the vocabulary choices that I use.
Right.
But can you oversell it?
I'm not overselling, because the reason why I'm not overselling, because somebody like you would agree with everything I say when I have the conversation. So it shows that I'm not overselling it.
Because I understand.
It's just that my vocabulary and the way how I articulate it, it just makes sense. But it's so articulated that it just it's no negative at all. So we got to choose our words better, the way how we describe things. I also want to welcome Jochebed to the conversation. Give me your words, and then we'll go and, just open it back up. Go ahead, Jochebed.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I understand that it's important to use the right words, but something I think it's Cheryl, she said earlier about we're making, like, we don't live in reality. So when we don't use the right words, we create a narrative for people that they're not going to understand that it is going to take input. It's going to take input. Marriage is not passive. You have to put in some kind of even if you don't want to use the word work, you have to put something in. It's not passive. Like, you can't just not do anything. A relationship requires input from both parties. And the type of work that I've experienced in my marriage, what I found out after I got married, the work that they're talking about, because I used to think, oh, it's work as in like physical work. No, it's like the intangible stuff. It's like the humility. It's like the grace. It's like the forgiveness. It's well, I don't like him right now, but I wonder if he ate this morning. Like, he don't look good. I'm mad at him, but he looks sick. So let me go find out what's going on. You know what I mean? That type of thing where you have to consciously like tell yourself, like, right now, this is what I'm feeling, but it doesn't matter because the right thing to do is this. That requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of you having a higher control of your mind, to where you don't feel like doing something, but the right thing to do is the opposite of what you feel. So you consciously put yourself in a position to where you have to do what it takes for your husband or your wife. So that's the type of work that I see, that it was harder for me after I got married, because I didn't realize that that's what people were talking about. So if we don't highlight those things, people have no idea what any of those things mean, because we're so egocentric as a people. And if you're egocentric, humility is going to be the hardest thing for you. So those things are going to make it so much more difficult for you if you don't understand and you've never been in a situation where you've practiced that, because there's no other situation in life where you'll have to do that. At your job, you go home. At church or wherever you go, you can leave the situation. This situation you cannot leave. You have to sit down and introspect and be objective and say, you know what? He made me cry, or he made me something he did. But you know what? I want to make sure he's okay. I don't want to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to make him breakfast. But by the time I'm done making him breakfast, as mad as I am, I don't even remember what I was mad at, because when I'm cooking this food, I have to put love in it, and I have to consciously put love in it. By the time we're done, he kissed me good morning and it's a great day. I don't even remember what I was mad about.
Awesome.
Can
So
I
that's the
reply?
work that it's going to take. Not the physical work, it's the intangible stuff that we don't work at no other time in our lives.
Can
The
I
Right.
humility,
reply
the
to her?
grace, the duty, the love,
Absolutely.
the love when the feeling is not there. That's the work. And it is work. It's not passive. Like, you can't just say, well, I'm not going to do anything. It's going to be a bed of roses. It's not going to be a bed of roses. It's
Right.
going to
That's
be
all I'm
a bed of
saying.
roses
Thank you.
most days. But those days when you can't feel the bed of roses, that's when the work starts.
You
And
know what?
if you don't understand the work that's necessary, you're gonna
It's-
fail, because you
You
don't understand
the
that you have to
problem
give
is
more
it's
of
the wrong.
yourself
It's the
than
all
what
right.
you
So
thought you had.
There you go for
So
the
it's the
fancy
that's my
word
wrong.
again.
understanding of the
There you
work.
go.
It's
Watch.
beautiful and the rewards are beautiful, because guess what? When you give him the work, you bring out the best in him. And when the best in him comes out, you get the best of it.
you
And the
know
world
how
gets the best of it. So the work is worth it in
you
my
know
book.
you
Anyway,
know
whatever
how
words we want to use. So
you know
I'll let
how
you guys.
you know how we produce these uh
Hello?
live streams. We produce these live streams and we have
I can't hear
overlay.
anybody. Did you
Can
guys
you?
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
Oh.
We can hear you, but you
Did
can't
I
hear
just
us.
talk for 2 minutes and no one heard me?
Yeah, we heard
No,
you.
Okay, I'm
we
gonna
can hear
drop
you.
down then.
No, um
Whoa,
Yes, you
whoa,
can't
we
hear
heard.
us. Yes, you can't hear us. Yeah.
you can't hear us.
Yeah, you know how we have overlays on these live streams we have overlays. Those
Uh-huh.
overlays are the commitment. Those overlays are the looking in the same direction. Those overlays are that grace. That's what they are. They're permanent markers on the landscape. Okay. When you get into a marriage, you want that commitment to be there regardless of everything else. You need that commitment to be there. You need the commitment to be there, the person looking in the same direction, the same values where you want to have children, you want to have duties. It's to me, it's like a permanent part of the landscape. The landscape is dark, but commitment is bright. Looking in the same direction is bright, and we both see the same thing. We both are walking in the same direction. And to me, marriage is simple. To me, a marriage was simple. We both saw the same thing. We both saw the overlays. It may have been two or three, but see, marriage only has a couple overlays. I hope you understand what I'm saying. It only has a certain look or a certain uh it's the same color. Let's put it that way. Commitment is the same color. It means you're committed to a certain person regardless of your individual things or not. We have a commitment. But there's only a couple tenets to that marriage. But everything else is colorful. Everything else is negotiable. But that commitment is not negotiable. What we believe together is not negotiable. That's what it would be. I guess it would be the non-negotiables in a relationship that make a marriage. This is what we do. We don't cheat on each other.
Can I ask you a question? What
Yes,
is the difference
Jesus.
between commitment and submission?
Hold on. Before we answer that, Sherry Bear, we'll let you get in as well. HQ, was you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. It's
Okay.
primarily we're looking in the same direction, and
And
it's
I also want to add
What?
in,
No.
we're gonna answer you, Sherry. But this is what I want to hear. A task or tasks to be undertaken, something a person or thing has to do. Is that how you want marriage to be looked upon?
Oh, you talking to me or you talking to
Panel.
Who? In general?
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. I'll let you go first. I like to answer that too, but go ahead.
So that's what I'm saying, because so this is what I'm saying,
Yes.
that we got to pay attention to how we use the words. If we are attempting to promote something, we cannot make it look like it's the most difficult and ugly thing.
Right. Okay. So say it again. Give it to me again. What do you mean?
A task to be undertaken, something a person has to do.
See, when I say, when you put it like that,
There are some things that people have to do. Yeah.
Like something I don't want to do, but I gotta do.
Correct.
That's what it sounds like to me.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. And this is the problem. This is why we got to pay attention to the word choices we use. Go ahead. I see you have
really
a mute, Jochebed. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, because before it seemed like you wasn't hearing us, but we heard every word that you said. So do you still agree with that word? Something has to do.
Yes.
So it sounds like an obligation, right? So a part of marriage is an obligation. I mean, you made the promise, you made a covenant to this person. So a covenant is an obligation. So a part of it is you have to, if you're going to, so you're anticipating that if two imperfect people coming together, right? If we're both imperfect, there's gonna be something that about you that I may or may not like, or some idea that you have that I may or may not like. So I'm anticipating that if this is the case when we stand here today, 5 years from now, you may do something that I may not agree with. But right now, I'm committing to stay with you, even in 5 years when you do something within reason. I'm not talking about abuse,
so pause right there.
cheating or that.
But is that a decision that you make or that you do not have control of?
That's a decision you make, and a decision you make every day is a choice.
So pause right there. That is the problem. The way how y'all describe it, you do not have a decision. When you have to do it, you do not have a decision.
You're making the decision to do that, though. To make.
So so that's what we are saying. That's what I'm saying. That you have to allow it to be autonomous, so people will want to do these things. But the way how work is you have to do it. Obligation means to legally or morally bound somebody to do.
You are so man. You taking that wrong, bro.
No, I'm taking. So the problem is, I actually pay attention to words. You want me to bring up the word?
You have to say black.
Hold on, Sherry. You can't just do Tourette's. Hold on, Sherry Berry, because I want.
Yeah, let's have this conversation because I know
the problem is that when we use the word work and we say a task, so marriage is not a task. That's number one, right? Marriage is not something that you have to do. Marriage is something that you choose to do. You have autonomy to choose it. Again, obligated means that you legally or morally bound to an action or a course of action. That's the exact definition of obligated. People do not want to be, they want to have the autonomy to say, I choose this person, not I have to be with this person no matter what. Those are two different ideologies. If you do not understand that,
Sharon, you have the gift. You have the gift to take a word. You have the gift to take a word and rearrange the whole damn definition, man. And I can explain exactly what I'm talking about. You are so incorrect. The word work means you're putting in the work and it's worthwhile making it work. I know it sounds confusing, but it's the truth. So let me get back to what you were saying. I have to do this for my wife because I said I do. So that means I have to take care of her. I have to respect her. I have to, because I made that promise. And that's going to take work, not hard work or resentful work or grinding work, but it's still work nonetheless. And it's work that I am willing to do. That's not a negative connotation. That's you making that word negative.
Willing. You just said the word willing. You caught your own self up. You willing to do the work. You do not have to keep a promise. I promise to pay my bills on time. But if I don't, oh well. So
that's
stop it. Stop it.
That's not the
same thing, man. What y'all up here be so totally untrue. Otis, why no man up here has ever said the other side of submission? Did the Bible, that's why I wanted truth up here. Did the Bible say that a man and a woman commit Unto each other submit, not commit. I'm sorry. Submit unto each other. See, here's what I don't like is when you use the Bible to get women where you ain't a woman of God, and if you ain't a woman of God, you're not a good enough woman. And if you ain't, if you're a woman on the streets, you're not a good enough whore for me. Stop it. Stop playing games because I'm half hood and half holy.
Thank you. All right, and land it right there, Sir Berry. Thank you. So here's the definition of the word work. Since we are having a issue with the word work, we're gonna read all three of them. Okay. Number 3, something done or made. Number 2, a task to be undertaken, something a person or thing has to do. Number 1, activity involving mental or physical effort done in order to achieve a purpose or result is what the word work actually means, since we want to get black and white and not understand that words have different connotations as we using them. That's what it exactly means.
So definition 2 and 3 would be perfect in my eye for as a marriage. And that's not a negative thing. So what say you? But I guarantee you could take that word and make it seem negative, but there is nothing negative about definition 2 and definition 3. How in the hell can you make that a negative thing? Please explain that to me.
Because once it used the word has to, that means it doesn't, you do not matter. It has to. That is a very key word. The way how Jochebed said she is willing to, she wants to. Once we take that word, it's not nothing about willing. It is not nothing about you choosing. Has to means that you have to do it, whether you like it or not. That person that you married, it doesn't matter if you like the person. It doesn't matter if this person did something wrong to you. It doesn't matter. You have to be with said person, and people want to have autonomy over themselves in some kind of form. People don't want to just do.
I see what you're saying.
This is the negative connotation. This is why we can't use words that people deem as negative. I don't know why you're not understanding that.
People look at those, but people look at that definition and think marriage is hard.
Thank you.
They hate to do. We're saying people these days are looking at it that way. We're not saying it that way. You're not saying it that way, Otis. We're saying people
look at it that way.
So we're trying to use a different word so people won't look at it like that. So we have to come up with words that don't resonate as being hard or a commitment or something they gotta do or something they hate to do. That's what we're saying.
Oh yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's why I asked you earlier, Sharon. Remember, because everything you just said, Heathen Queen, I agree with 100%. And me and Sharon, we're basically agreeing to disagree, but agreeing on the same thing. We just have to find. Remember, I asked you, Sharon, what would be a better word, and you just said just marriage. Period. We're basically saying the same thing. It's just we're having an issue with the word work. Yeah, but we're saying the same thing, bro. I know you love your wife. I love mine. But my definition is this. But we're saying the same thing. I love my wife so much that I'm going to work and I'm going to do whatever I take to, you know what I'm saying? So that's how I use that word work. But I get what you're saying, and I don't mind using it that way.
So we're trying to use different words so we don't trigger people.
I got you.
Damn, it's so hard. They saying it's work and it's so hard. That's the way people look at it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
so
I
we
do.
want to come up with a different definition or different word so people won't be triggered into thinking it's hard when it's not so hard. And we get it. People have to work on themselves to be able to make that total commitment to understand that thinking in the we department and not thinking in the me department, right? And a lot of people only think in the me department. We want people to continue to think or start to think in the we department and not as work, as in something we want to do. We not obligated to do. We get it. Commitment and getting married is an obligation, legally a term. But we don't want people to feel obligated. We want people to say, people to say, hey, I love this. I'm in this as me. This person allows me to be me. I allow this person to be themselves. And we have made this commitment. We have decided we're going to look in the same direction, morally, family-wise, career-wise. That's what we want. We want to promote positivity, not and we know work invokes negative thought. That's all.
I agree with
But I
everything
do
you
think
said.
that
I agree with everything you said.
You
I
heard me?
agree with everything you said. I
Yeah.
just don't like that wordplay. I don't like conforming or trying to change a definition to appease the masses when I just land my plane, but we all saying the same thing. I just don't like changing my vocabulary because it triggers somebody. But I get
Are
what
y'all
you're saying. We all saying the same thing.
Okay,
are,
but
are
I
y'all
think
trying
you're
to?
y'all
setting
been
Hold
triggering
on.
setting people up
somebody
for.
for years.
I got you, Sherry. Hold on. I want to get Joker Bed. She been trying to talk, and then I also want to bring in Swain producing right after, and
I
then
am
you
on my
go.
lunch break, brother. I got 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna let him skip the line. Go ahead,
Res-
Sway producing.
Respectfully, I'm not even trying to be a dick about it. But my main thing is that who are you guys trying to placate this narrative to? And if it's the young people, we don't necessarily need you to be tell us all the bad or tell us all the good. The main thing is just not to lie to us. Don't sugarcoat, don't try to deceive, don't try to leave shit out. Just give us the truth and let us make our own decisions about it. I think a lot of times when we get lost in this, like, is it a negative connotation? Is it a positive connotation?
Mm-hmm.
I can't even use work. I can't use work. It's like a lot of it's redundant because I think the main from the youth is that we just want y'all to tell us the truth. You know what I mean? Is that yes, it'll probably be work, whatever. You know what I mean? The idea that it's not going to be work, you can use whatever word you want to use for it, but for the most part, if you're going to say, hey, you guys should never disagree, should never argue, should be completely compatible, and all these other type of words, is for the most part, that's not going to apply to most people, and then nobody's going to get married because they're going to be so picky where they'll end up judging the person they're going to deal with so critically. A lot of times they won't do that for themselves, so it actually end up in more of a defensive back and forth because once they've done that to the other person, that other person is now going to judge them and start being critical, and then it's just a defensive back and forth of always trying to pick and nitpick at each other.
Great. Oh, damn.
Be
So that's
honest.
that's
We don't need you to necessarily promote positive or negative. I just want you to be genuine about the situation. And if you want to talk personally about
Mm-hmm.
yours, that's fine. That doesn't apply to everybody. But like I said, it's mainly just being genuine. And the youth, the youngins, we can decipher if you're trying to push a narrative about if
There you go.
marriage is negative or it's positive. If you're that type of person that will never you're always on one side of the fence. You're not really just telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
so
I agree with that.
here's the problem with it. Most people look at negative things as the truth.
Right.
That is the problem.
And most young
And-
people think marriage is a negative.
And y'all don't even recognize that you just said that.
But we're
The
setting.
biggest problem with what you guys are saying is that you're ready to rebuttal and not actually listen to what the youth is telling you. As much as you guys think you have the answers to give us and articulate why we should get married and kind of promote us to do it, at this point, that the things y'all was saying and how y'all doing has not shown those outcomes. Because
We're
we don't
not.
agree. We
Hold on,
don't believe
hold
in
on.
y'all. We
He's
don't
Hold on,
believe
talking
in
about
what you're
being
saying.
honest about marriage.
Hold on.
He's
Here's
talking
the
about
But I'm
being
gone. Peace
Hold on.
out.
Hold on. Here's the problem that you actually believe. Again, he actually believed that we didn't hear him, and we
he
actually
believes that
we understood him.
we're lying about being married because otherwise you would have listened to what we said and took in what we said as as the positive message we were trying to give. But since
I
you
don't
already
think
stand on the negative
Negative
side,
side.
you can't hear what we're
You
saying
cannot hear it.
positively.
I think he
Come on,
And go ahead.
wow,
I think
y'all
he was
millions.
Hold
saying.
on, Sherry
You
Berry. We're
didn't
gonna go.
even have a
Sherry Berry, it's not your
microwave at
turn.
one
Sherry
point.
Berry, it's not your turn yet. We're gonna go Joker bed, and then you could go ahead and scream at us. Go ahead, Joker bed, and then Sherry Berry.
From what I understood, I think he was saying that he wants to hear the reality of marriage, good or bad, nice words or not nice words. He just wants to hear what marriage is really about, regardless of what words we use. And that's what I understood him to
Jesus
say.
Christ, a married person understands us. A married person finally fucking understands.
So,
But I
but
also I
uh,
wanted to what I wanted to say earlier was I think we're going to set them up for failure if we don't tell them exactly what it is. If we're worried about words and what it is, just tell them what your experience is. Don't worry about, well, they think work is hard and negative. Just say whatever it is. If it's whatever you think that they have a bad negative feeling towards, whatever it is, just say it. Marriage
Right.
is good. There's 90% marriage is great. But there's certain things that if you don't work on yourself outside of marriage, being with your when you get into a marriage, it's gonna be difficult because you haven't learned to put up a mirror to
Okay,
yourself
right
and
there.
introspect.
Jochebed, give me 3 things that's negative about marriage.
I don't know what happened.
Thank
I
you.
can't hear you.
Hold on. You can't hear again? Damn. Shit. Can you hear us?
Bill.
Can you hear us now?
Hello?
Jochebed, can you hear us?
Oh yes, I can hear
Oh,
you
you
now.
can
I'm
hear
sorry.
again? Okay.
I don't know what happened.
So give us 3 things that is negative about marriage.
That are negative?
Yes.
What do you mean negative?
Give me 3 things that is negative about marriage.
Give you 3 things that I find the most difficult. Can I
No.
change it to that?
Wrong
No.
marriage.
Absolutely.
I don't know
Hold
what
on,
to
Cherry Berry.
I can give you difficult things.
So, okay, and this is the problem that I have. People that are successfully in marriages, we do not have negative ideologies about marriage.
I'm not
However,
saying
y'all want to promote it as we got negative things, and this is the real
Sharon,
reality.
no,
This
no,
is
no.
real reality.
Sharon,
That was man.
you
That's
you
crazy.
took it to either or. It's not that dichotomous. It's not
This is
either
Thank you.
or.
exactly. You don't look at it that way, but they do. This is
They
what
no, we
I'm
don't.
don't.
trying to.
No, we
Granville
don't.
don't. Granville
No,
looks
Transville.
we
weird
don't.
and
Okay,
his
Right.
so
son looks
okay,
good.
okay.
And I'm
Hold
gonna
on, stop. Let's
And I'm gonna
stop.
prove
Hold
it.
on, hold on. I got you, Granville. You don't got. Let's hold on. Let's bring it back down because we was doing very good, and I apologize for bringing the
I've
temperature
been
up. I
quiet for a
apologize.
while. I've been letting y'all
That's,
do it.
that's my fault, Granville. Just I want you to get back to when you was having a real discussion with us because
Okay,
that's
so
when it's great. So
Sharon.
go
So
ahead. So
I'm about
Granville, before you go with your thing, I just want one question. Can you give me 3 negative things in marriage in your eyes?
You asking that to
Me
who?
or
Granville.
Oh,
Yeah.
He not married. He can't
I
answer
hold on.
that.
No,
understand that.
I can give you 3. I can give you 3. A selfish spouse, a person who isn't willing to compromise, a person who
That's one.
doesn't want to. That's 2. I can give you those 2. I gotta think of a third.
Okay, perfect. He gave us 2 things that is. Hold on, Sherry. Hold on. I got you, Sherry. I know. I know. I
I
keep.
can't think of
cutting
a
you off,
third one.
Sherry.
I'm
I got
sorry.
you,
He asked
Sherry.
me to shit off the dome, and I'm not married, but
Yes.
I came up with 2.
You came up with 2. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, go ahead with your commentary.
So, Sharon, this is the problem that I have. This is the problem I have. You and Heathen Queen up here selling this shit like a Ponzi scheme. You're trying to sell me an idea, and actually, when I get into it, I'm gonna keep it a bean. This is what it sounds like. You're selling me an idea of glorious riches, wealth, understanding, and reasoning. But once I actually get into the situation, I have to actually. You never told me about the grind. You never told me about the works. You never told me about the personal complications that you
Thank
went
you.
through in your marriage. Because
Thank you.
overall, general, they may not have an overall general blueprint for negatives in a marriage, but people go through complications and
Thank you.
situations,
Thank you.
trials and tribulations that
Yes.
they have to get through with both together, and they have to work through those things.
Thank you.
Sometimes those things can be hard. They can be looked at as a negative, but at the outcome of what both people want is the positive to understand each other, come to a compromise, and get you through these things together as one, not separate entities.
Thank you. So the problem is this: everything that you name is an individual thing, not a marriage.
I be
Let
doggone.
him
Boy, you move
marinate
the
though.
goalposts
Like think
every
about what
time.
he said.
Every
Consider
time.
what he said. Think about it. Let him marinate for a second before we
Exactly.
rebut.
Think about everything that he
And
said
this is
was
coming from a nigga who's not married.
Come on, man. Hey,
everything he said was a personal thing. It don't have anything to do with marriage.
You're talking about a personal situation between man
Yeah,
and woman.
the most
Again,
personal,
so
intimate
if
relationship you can ever have.
so again, the thing that he said that makes marriage a negative, that human being selfish. That's a personal person thing. That's not the marriage.
man. Oh my
Because
God.
according to y'all, that you have to be with that person no matter what, they selfish or not.
That's
But
commitment.
that human being,
Dude.
that
That's a
single human
commitment.
being have to work on themselves. And if you work on yourself, then the marriage could flourish. Because
You
now
can
you
work on yourself away from me.
I don't hold on, Sherry. Let's not scream at each other. Let's try our best not to scream at each other. What I'm saying, all the things that you describe, Granville, it is somebody working on themselves.
Did I
I
say whole?
disagree, man. I
Did I say
disagree, and I'm a
whole
married
human
man.
beings?
I disagree. What he said
Ron,
was
did I
correct.
say whole human beings need to be married?
Yes.
Wow.
Whole.
But it even
Whole
if two,
means that whole means we understand that we're selfish and we check and work on that selfishness.
Do you just want to be on people's platform, Heathen Queen? Because your name is Heathen Queen. Because you come
Sherry,
up on.
Sherry, I know I've been asking for your patience,
No,
Sherry, and
no.
I really appreciate your patience. But don't go at the tackle the point.
Let me, because I think this
I
woman, you are
I know I've been mute, but you got to stop screaming and attack the point, not the
He
person.
works his ways. I am attacking her point. You won't let me. She represent. I'm an older woman too. You represent in some of the worstest ways, lady. And you difficult. You make these young girls not even want to look up to you and love you. You are not a representative of a woman in anybody's village, tribe, gang, or nothing.
Sherry
You
Berry,
mighty
Sherry Berry, I said attack the
Oh my
point,
God.
not the person. You are not attacking the point. You start attacking the person. So attack the point, not the person.
Let me speak, Sharon. You telling women what you accepted, so therefore women should accept it, and that's how you made it. I understand how you made it, but that ain't how everybody gotta make it, Heathen Queen, and you need to quit it. I'm not finna sit here and tell these baby girls that they gotta take this, that, and the other and not believe in themselves just to be married. Are you serious? What are you doing?
Okay, leave it right there and let her respond without her being interrupted if you like to, Heathen Queen.
I'm confused as to what I.
You're very confused.
I'm confused as to what I said that had anything to do with women being in marriages and not being fulfilled in the marriage.
You got women out here thinking they supposed to.
Sherry Berry, you gotta allow other people to talk, even though I know you've been very patient, but you are not attacking points, you are attacking the individual. So please attack the statements. So the problem that I'm having is it's just a clear language barrier that we are having.
You wrong, and you know you're wrong. You just want to be on panels and get extra Social Security money or stuff.
What the heck?
Sherry, good Lord,
stop.
what is he talking about?
You're not talking about. We talking about a certain point. Again, what I'm saying is this: the problem that y'all not visualizing is the words that we're using. So I'm saying that yes, is even when I asked joke about something negative in a marriage, she couldn't name it, because once you get through things in marriage, whatever this life thing that you went through with another human being, it is not considered bad or negative in your mind because you got through it. Most people do not look at the things that they get through as something negative or something bad. This is just life. And this is the problem.
Real.
We keep saying that going through regular life, we are saying going through regular life things with somebody is hard and it is scary and it's no, it's good. It's good for you.
I don't know what you want, bro.
Of course,
I really don't.
of course,
I don't know what
of
you
course.
want.
I don't understand how you don't understand, because not long ago you understood me and now you
Stop. Right quick. Stop. Hold on. Sharon, you know what you make a marriage sound like?
I'm making it sound like. See, hold on. Before you go, and I just want to make sure you're saying that you said what I make it sound like, not what I'm saying. You said sound like, and this is the problem that we are having a conversation about, or what it sound like. Go ahead.
That's fine, and I'm gonna say this. You can take it out however want. Nigga, you make marriage sound like Stockholm syndrome. It can never be nothing bad. That person has never done nothing bad. That person has never done nothing wrong to me. It's almost like it's a game of manipulation. Nigga, nothing's wrong. You're okay. While all these crazy things that start to go on around me, I'm supposed to overlook them and claim like they never existed. They were never there. I'm not supposed to be in reality. You make marriage sound like Stockholm syndrome, my nigga.
Wow.
Because you have to give credence to the shit People are on YouTube. People are on Facebook. People go to the divorce court.
My
They
brother.
have public records of divorce and everything. There's a reality in this world that I can go read a book and all this shit and understand that people go through things in marriage that are negative and they could not make it through a good bit of the times. But a good bit of the times they do make it through. And they reminisce and they look back on that and those couples are able to laugh. They're able to laugh, they're able to understand each other because they work through that shit together. That's
Mhm.
not them giving credence, that's not them ignoring that it was never a negative. They're giving credence to the situations of the trials that they went through together. They were negative. They know they were negative,
Did
but they
not
worked through them.
Mhm.
going through
It's the
life.
same.
He's drunk and
Joker Bet. Hold on. I
but
got
my whole thing is
hold on, Sherry. Then we're gonna go Joker Bet, and then we go right to you, Sherry Berry. I promise. Go ahead, Joker Bet, then Sherry Berry.
I agree with what you're saying, Granville. I mean, there are things that we go through in marriage that and yes, to even Queen's point, she said two
Love
whole
Steve
people
needs to link.
two whole people coming together. But even it has two whole people coming together, you still have not been in this intimate of a relationship. So there are gonna be things that is gonna be like, oh wait, I didn't even know that about myself until this person tapped into this most vulnerable place I've ever displayed to anyone else in the world is going to be to him. So he's going to see things that I've never even shown myself. I don't even understand myself. And then what do? You work through those things. And then it's like the concept of pressure builds diamonds. Like, look what comes from diamonds. Like, work is not just all negative and it's so bad and it's just going to kill you. No, it's going to make you stronger. And the work is not even like work like that. It's just if we don't tell people that they have to put
Effort.
effort, thank you,
That's a
effort
better
into
word.
something.
Oh,
Yeah, if
here
you
we
don't
go.
put effort into it,
Effort, work.
you
That's
know,
synonymous. It's
No,
synonymous.
it's
Effort and
res-
work. You got to
not
it's
be
gonna,
kidding
Stop
me.
not gonna
over
compromise,
hold
talking
on.
that lady. Stop over
Let's not
talking
get
that
to
lady.
rest.
Before I start
Let's not
talking
get
like
to
a
rest.
man.
Let's not get to rest, please. She's doing well. Let's not get to rest. Go ahead, Joker Bet. We
yeah,
apologize.
it's compromise, it's reciprocity. You both are working at it together. Like you can have the worst day, or like it's not just all a bed of roses and two people healed and perfect people. Like no, it's like two imperfect people coming together and learning. If you, the thing is, you're supposed to become in one, right? So how do you become one when it's two different people? You have to, there are certain things you have to change, there's certain things you have to shift, there are certain expectations that are going to be different. You have to compromise and you have to cooperate with each other. So it's gonna take work. If you've never cooperated with anyone in your life and then you get into something and you're like, wait, I can't do X, Y, and Z, you're gonna have to adjust. And that adjustment is hard if you have no expectation. If you had no idea, you're gonna have to adjust.
Perfect. Go ahead, Sherry Berry. I'm sorry for me. It's your turn to talk, Sherry Berry. You got 60 seconds.
where you know everything going on so fast. All I'm saying is stop lying. Like these men on these channels always talking about a woman submit. It comes from God. A woman must submit. What did why you don't go a little further down in that chapter in that Bible where it says a man and a woman submit unto each other? That's what I sent you when you called it a double, whatever you
It doesn't
called it.
say
I
that.
don't know. And I'm saying that's when people use the Bible in chapters in the Bible for their own agenda. I'm sorry, am I talking too loud? Let me slow my voice down. I get a little excited sometimes. But what I'm saying is, why are y'all making marriage so scary to these young folks? You can be a gangster boo, and he can be a gangster nigga. And they could get married and they might love each other forever. You could be a nerd and she could be a nerd. I mean, why are y'all accepting that the internet is revenge of the nerds and a lot of nerdy, ugly motherfuckers on the internet is up here just mad because they couldn't get the girl that they do got. That's what it's about. Yeah, nigga, she used you for your money. You a mark and you a trick, and you don't want to be a mark and a trick anymore. I told you, I'm half hood, half holy. I'm gonna give you the truth. and I'm not gonna give a fuck about it. You call me a drunk, you call me whatever you want to call me, but I've been married to mine for 40. So don't tell me my marriage ain't successful.
You went way past your 60 seconds. I was trying to give you a chance to land it, and you did not. But thank you, Sherry Berry. So again, what I'm saying is this, because for some reason it's being missed, and it might be a communication problem with me.
Right.
So what I'm saying is this, that you have to change your philosophy on how we are communicating this thing called marriage.
Right.
Y'all not understanding that when you are saying all this hard this and hard that and hard this, people are saying like, fuck it. My life right now, the way how I'm living is easy. I can easily do this shit by myself. All I gotta do is find somebody to make a baby with. Fine. This is why we are having so many more people like Dre and Michelle saying she don't need no relationship with him. He got money. I like him. He likes me. Let's just make a baby and we go ahead and co-parent. This is what the way how y'all describe marriage is what the trend is going to be, and it's not even slowly, it's rapidly moving in that direction of people are just cohabitating, and there's no such thing as a nuclear family anymore. And we've been going through this for years. And all I'm trying to explain to y'all, the philosophy that y'all are using is pushing more young people like Grandpa to say, hey, I do not see this priceless wife thing that you are trying to talk about, Sharon.
Bullshit.
Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you,
It's
Gransville.
not bullshit because we had a whole conversation earlier today about it, and we had a great conversation about
Eric.
it. And also before you go, Granville, I want to welcome in the beautiful Love C. She is going to get it to where, and then we could get it to the problem.
Hi,
the problem
thank you, Sharon, for letting me up. Hello.
And I think the real problem is that my way of thinking is so progressive that people just do not want to understand it. But go ahead, Love C. You are welcome.
One second before you go, Love C. I'm so
You
sorry. So
yeah, he good at that. He good at that, bro.
Sharon, let me ask you a question. Who am I to tell you about your relationship and how your relationship should go? If I tell you your wife ain't shit, or if I tell your wife you ain't shit, who am I to say that?
Grainsville.
Y'all do realize. Hold up. Y'all do realize I'm single and I don't have no woman, right?
Play. If I say your wife ain't shit, or if I tell you ain't.
You're muted, Sharon.
You're muted, Sharon.
Sharon, you're muted.
Oh, go ahead, Joker Bed and Love C.
Sorry, Love C. Just 1 second. So to Sharon, you're saying that the way we paint marriage, it makes people not want to get married, but the way you paint marriage makes people get married, and when they get into marriage, they realize that they weren't properly informed, so then they get a divorce quicker than annulments and divorce. So really and truly, you're setting them up for failure.
Thank you. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, Love C. And I'm pretty sure when I ask Granville this question, hopefully he's going to agree with me. You just heard Granville tell you what it makes him feel about marriage based on what you said, and you straight up telling him that he's wrong. That's the part I don't get. You always change the narrative.
He didn't say what you said. He didn't say what he didn't say based on what Sharon said. He just said his two negative things of marriage were selfishness, and I forgot the second one. He didn't say it was based on
unwillingness to compromise. I never said that my base on marriage changed. Right. I came to Sharon because I know Sharon's more to the right with the situations on the positive of marriage. I wanted to see his outlook, because I know you have other people in this space that paint a negative incantation. Sharon doesn't.
Right.
So I want to get the information from everybody to see their side. But my basis, and I never said this, my basis, my end goal in my life is to get married. It's to get a marriage, to have children, to be able to grow old with someone. That's not going to change whether somebody paints a negative light or a positive light. It can't really sway me. I need information on how people view the things in marriage. Right. That's what I'm seeking.
So let me ask you a question, and it's
No,
not a right or wrong.
no, because I wanted Love C to get in there. Because she's never gonna overtalk or jump in. I want Love C to get in there. Go ahead, Love C, and yes, because I know you're able to hold your thought. So go ahead, Love C.
Thank you. So I came in I came in just a little while ago, so I missed some. So if I'm a little off, then just let me know. Um, so one thing that I tell people is that marriage is an institution within itself, right? So that you have both individuals, they come together, they create something that is new and that's different. And when I listen to what Sharon is saying, I understand where you're coming from, Sharon, as because you're speaking about the life that you have established right now. And you guys have put in years of work to get to the place that you are now. But when we talk to the younger generation about marriage, they're not just looking at people like you who have a situation now that is established. They're looking at the people who are divorced. They're looking at the people who have had negative experiences, and they're saying something is not adding up. And if I'm going to take this step, I want to know. That's just like if any purchase that you make, you want to know what's in the fine print. Is there a prepayment penalty? Is this an adjustable rate? And so the same thing happens with marriage. And I think what we're not doing, and I don't know if married people do this innocently to protect the spouse. I don't know if they do it because you just, this is YouTube and you don't want to put your business out there like that. But I think that we owe it to the people, especially who want marriage, to be honest about the challenges that you face. And
Yes.
there are challenges because you're dealing with two people that need to be continually growing. So you're going to have all different kinds of challenges. There's no one list, but they're rooted in the types of things that you just spoke about, Granville. They're rooted in selfishness. They're rooted in your upbringing. They're rooted in your ideals and your expectations. They're rooted in your inability or your ability to communicate. They're rooted in all of those things. So knowing yourself is going to let you know part of it, but then there's a part of you that you won't even realize has problems until you get married and you're in close proximity with someone else and you realize I am a little bit selfish. I didn't know I was selfish because I was only with me. So me and me always did what we wanted to do.
Right.
Now it's me and somebody else. I'm realizing like, okay, I do like to have things my way because all my life they've been my way. Now, somebody who has a lot of siblings, they may not have that struggle because they may have.
She's probably driving, so that's probably why. So that's why I think that is the big difference in how I communicate.
I agree with her. I agree.
100%. Everything she said.
And I think that's the big difference of communication styles. Even though I give it most people do not want to go down the path. I think we had a lot of perception. Love C. So most people do not want to go down the path that I went to in my marriage. When I start talking about what I have to do, right? Because no matter how positively I talk about it, people are not willing to do it.
It's the word selfishness that people. It's the word selfishness and commitment. When you understand that you have selfish tendencies or you have selfish things within you, once you realize that you have those things within you, if you're committed to this person, you automatically start to revert to the we scenario and not the me scenario. Of course we're autonomous. Of course we have our own things that we want to get accomplished. But once you're in a marriage, you think, doggone, I don't want to do that. But then in the back of your mind, if you have the commitment, if you have the overlay, you understand that you have to think of it as in a we. I'm not saying that you're not selfish. I'm not saying these things don't come up in a marriage. What I'm saying is once you have that overlay of commitment, once you have that overlay of marriage, you stop yourself short from saying, this is mine, and you start to think of the we, this is ours. And then it's not difficult. Once your mind accepts that it's not a selfish me thing, then you think in the we thing, it's not hard.
So and that's the part that I was talking to. Like, so when Granville was expressing all the things that make it difficult, it was not a marriage he was talking about. He was talking about an individual making the marriage difficult. He was saying that person was being selfish. That person is all about themselves. That doesn't have that's not marriage minded. Because marriage mind means that we are getting through whatever. And this is why it sounds like, I guess I'm on some fucking high horse or some shit, is because I'm just giving you my understanding of life. My understanding of life. When I get through something, I do not look at it as a negative thing. I had to do a whole lot of different things for me to run a fucking half marathon, but I don't look at those things as something bad and negative. I look at it as positive reinforcement to the things that I am able to accomplish. And for some reason, because I'm telling you, I accomplished it by doing those things. And I reflect on those things and not say that those things are difficult. I do not say those things are hard. I do not say those things are hard work or none of those shits. I say this is something that I achieved. It's something that I got through and I persevered through something. And just because I'm not using these fucking trigger words that y'all want to use, it's hard.
You just use the word work. You just use it yourself.
You want to use sad. You want to make it seem like it's so difficult that it is something special about you that make this. No, it ain't nothing special. You gotta do what you have to do. I promise you, I will let you talk. You just gotta do what you have to do to see things in a positive and productive way. It ain't nothing difficult. It ain't nothing hard. You just have to do it and go and do it is all I'm saying. Stop making the shit way more complicated than it is. To run a fucking marathon, you got to do steps. Go ahead and do the fucking steps and run your goddamn race.
Would most people consider what you just said not work? Like, would most people say, I'm about to run a marathon and I'm not going to do any work, I'm just going to get up and run a marathon? Would most people consider that realistic?
The problem is,
would you mind answering that
what
question?
I want to say, when I say is this, that with my experience of doing it,
but
the worst thing you can do is what I'm saying is this: the worst thing you can do when you are training for something is look at it as work or looking at it as hard. It is just what you have to do. If you are moving towards a goal, it's just steps that you have to do. And when you look at it as steps, it's not work. It's just an ends to a means. But when you put that work thought process into it, you can easily quit on that. That's why people don't stay. So, Jesus, I'm just giving you my life experience on something. This is not something that's made up. I'm not talking about a hypothetical. Most of these people talking about hypothetical. The problem is that most of the people that's talking about negativity in marriages, they have failed marriages. That is the truth of the matter.
Okay, but
if we want to talk about truthfulness, the people that are talking about divorces and marriages in a negative way, 95% of those human beings are not in a marriage anymore. So if it's steps to do it, and I see the steps to do it, because I didn't just see it in myself, I see it in other relatives, I see it in Love C, Jokerbet, HQ, Otis. When we have conversations, we know it's steps to do to have something successful, and all we look at it as steps, and other people look at it as difficult work and all these other things, and other people do not look at it. The ones that are successful at it. So I'm trying to drive it through your mind that I'm not standing on a high horse.
You're not standing on a high horse.
It is an open panel, but however, that doesn't mean that you could just cut me off. Y'all know I allow people to talk, so don't act like I stop people from talking. Allow me to talk on my own platform. I would like for you to treat me the same way I treat you.
So Sharon, you said the word persevere, correct?
Before you move on, can you acknowledge what I said? Can you acknowledge what I said?
Let me know when
You're not even acknowledging what I said.
Sharon Bracey is correct. I'm going to give him the utmost respect on his platform to let him say what he has to say. You can proceed, sir. Let me know when I need to talk. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead, Otis.
What I want to say is this: you all respectfully, you tend to move the goalpost. To me, you're one-sided on this situation. If you ask Grantsville, and I might be wrong, he might prove me wrong. I honestly feel that I articulated and was more realistic about marriage than you were. You make it seem like it's all rosy, like Love C said. 100%. You making it seem like there's not going to be any issues. You don't have to work at it. That's what you making it seem like. When anyone come up to me, if Granville was to ask me, Otis, there you go, finna cut me off. You just said you don't like to be
because the reason why I'm cutting it off is because you painted a narrative, right? So
it's the truth.
Okay, so the narrative that you are painting, you gotta substantiate that. So how, and I'm making it. Give me some words that I made it sound like.
When you said that it's not work should not be used in this conversation when it actually is work, and you actually use the word yourself.
No, that's not what he said, Otis. Look, Otis, that's not what he said. He doesn't he doesn't like to look at it as work. What Sharon did exactly, though. Hold on, Otis, because look, I'm here to have a conversation today, so I'll use my little bandit intelligence that I have. Sharon said, persevere. He perseveres through these things. He doesn't look at it as work. But this is the problem that I have. Persevere is a word. The definition for persevere is to keep at something in spite of difficulties, opposition, or disencouragement.
Could work has the same definition?
And this is the shit that Sharon likes to do. Keep at something in spite of difficulties, opposition, or disencouragement. That means if Sharon likes to persevere through these things, he still has to go through trials and tribulations and persevere through these things because he wants to use the word persevere because he thinks it sounds better. But since he's such a high intellect in the general mass that he's trying to speak to, they're going to dumb it down to work. And he doesn't want to do that. That's his problem.
I get that.
He's not speaking to the general mass. He wants to speak to intellectuals when he's trying to speak to a mass who may be not as bright as him, that may not have the work ethic that he has. And that's Sharon's fucking problem every time he gets up on this fucking panel. Because, nigga, what I know now and what I understand is some people look at the trials and tribulations in marriage as growing pains.
Mm-hmm.
Some other people may look at it as a negative incantation, while others may look at it as a challenge. So I'm thinking it really depends on who you ask. And that's why I deduced to the situation of why I came up on this panel, because I knew Sharon looked at marriage in a positive light. He looked at it as an obstacle of perseverance instead of work or challenges.
It's the word, man. It's just the word.
It's not just
it's all about fucking words. Yes, correctly.
It's not just. It's more than just a word, but
about to be a situation.
Let's shout out to Granville with the $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. And
about to be a situation.
He doubled up because my little baby was so beautiful. Shout out to Granville. I appreciate that so much. Shout out to OtisWho podcast. He said, I love my wife, but Sharon, stop it. Jeez Louise.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to LeGarrette. He says, shout out to GBG and Sharon. Appreciate you. Brownsville, New York with the 5-ball. Peace and love to the SBG family. I see Sherry Berry got Otis in a rear naked choke this morning. Laugh my ass off. Great show. Thank you. Sway in the morning with the ball. He says Sharon in his head or is in his need to be right. Old ninja syndrome.
I agree with that. Thank you, Sway, for doing. I agree with that.
Lies. No narrative painting, goddammit.
About to be a situation.
Sway Producers with the two boys said, you just argue, Otis,
Thank
how
you.
using work sounded bad.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
This is what we are talking about.
Thank
We're
you.
talking about what you are making it seem like. Painting narratives
Right.
is what we are talking about instead of actually being what is.
But
So
you know we're
that's
saying the same
different.
thing though, right?
Brownsville, New York with the 499. Woke up today, kissed my wife, dug her out, then went for a run together, ate breakfast all before 10 a.m. He who finds a wife finds a good thing.
I agree with you. That's about the only thing I agree with you, Brownsville. You
And I
right.
also want to say all the married people today so far had sex. That's all I'm
Right.
Can I respond? I want to respond to the commentary. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear y'all. So we're gonna go HQ, Joker Bet, and Love C to jump back into the conversation. Go ahead.
I think what we're getting mixed up here is people look at commitment differently. I look at commitment as me being a soldier. I do what comes next. In a marriage, you do what comes next, not bail because you want to do something different from what I want to do, not bail because I said something wrong and you didn't like what I said, not bail because it didn't go your way and now you have resentment for me. I'm talking of pure commitment to the relationship. And a lot of people don't have pure commitment to a relationship. Some people believe in, okay, I get married and then that's all they say is I got married. No, I'm committed. See, the difference is when you're in a marriage and something comes down the pike, some kind of situation comes down the pike, I don't look at it as I don't look at it as, oh, that's a you problem. I look at it as a we problem or a we situation, and it's not work for me. Once I realize it's a we thing, it's not work for me. A lot of people don't think in terms of we. They think in terms of what is good for them, and then, oh, okay, I'm in a marriage, so let me see what he thinks. No, I always, from the jump, when situations come down the pike, I think of we. I never think once I made the commitment to say, this is going to work. I'm not saying somebody comes to me and says, oh, I cheated on you. And then I just say, oh, okay, well, I'm committed. I'm just going to stay married. No, I'm talking about these little things. I'm talking about the things that come up within a marriage. Hey, hon, I just quit my job today. See, I'm not one of those people that say, oh, okay, you better get a job. Otherwise, this marriage is over. No, I'm one of the people that says, okay, what are we going to do next? How are we going to make this situation work for our marriage? Okay. These are the issues people say, oh, these things come up. And I'm just ready to dump my wife because she quit her job. No.
Got Landon. That's been 2 minutes. Landon, go ahead.
I'm sorry. But so I'm saying people have a problem committing. When you commit to a marriage, you commit. Both of you guys commit. Not this half-ass, oh, okay, it happened to me and it didn't happen to her. That's not how commitment works.
Go ahead, joke about.
I think if you're trying to entice people to get married, I think it's important to tell them exactly what it is. Whether don't try to paint it a narrative as how you see things, but just how it is in reality, because we see things differently. But if you put it in reality, everyone understands reality. So if you put it in words that people understand, then there's no need for saying, well, work to me means perseverance. Perseverance, this means, just put it how people can understand it and let them know that, listen, if you're a selfish person, if you're egocentric, if you're a whole person, when you get into something that's intimate, where there are parts of you that you've never shown to anyone, when you get into that, there are gonna be some days when you don't feel like doing certain things, but guess what? You get up and do it because you're now you've made that promise and that covenant that this is what I'm gonna do in the good days, the bad days, when I don't feel like it, when I feel like it, when I'm horny, when I'm not horny, I'm still gonna have sex because that's what my vows say to do. Or I don't feel like giving up my little account, but you know what? It's for the betterment of our future together.
Mhm.
So guess what? I'm gonna do it. So then you let people understand that these are the things that happen. Like, I don't want to not buy this outfit, or I don't want to. I want my husband told me, listen, I like red bottoms, right? When we got together, he wanted this farm, this life. What do you call it? Life, so we can sustain ourselves off the land. So then we started buying animals and all this, and I'm just like, he said, I challenge you, buy a set of calves and see in 2 years what's the bigger investment versus you buying these red bottoms or we buy a set of calves. 2 years later, how many cows we have? When we butcher them and then they just keep going and going. And that's a bigger investment. Of course, I didn't want to do that in the beginning, but guess what? I compromised because it makes more sense. I don't want to go out there and shovel cow poop, but guess what? It's better for us in the long run. So there are things that you're not going to want to do, but if it's a part of the vision and the plan and it works better for you as a family and as a couple, you do it. So their thing is going to be hard, but you still do it
Hmm.
because it's better for you. So
Yeah.
anyway, I'll land there because I do
Hey,
want to hear what Love C had to say because we cut her off.
yeah. All that you said, all you saw
I
that you
said
said
love
sound
C,
like work.
goddammit.
All she said sound like work.
That's the
Good work.
problem. Is
Good work.
not.
Good work. But that sound like work to
Y'all
me.
niggas gonna stop over talking Love C or what?
Please. Anyway, go ahead, Love C. And I also want to welcome Sean and Antonio to the show right after. Go ahead, Love C. Damn it. He's driving.
Oh, he
So.
dropped off.
No, he driving, so
Oh,
go ahead,
okay.
Love C.
So I think that I agree to it with everybody and everything that's been said. I think it is important when you're giving advice. This is why I'm hesitant to give advice unless someone asks me, because I think if people come to you for advice, it's because they trust what you have going on and they mesh with your personality. So I think, that's beneficial when you're talking to people, whether you where there you so you can relate and you can give them information in a way that they feel is going to be fitting for them. But one thing that I listening to Sharon, what you're saying, I think that there is a lot that goes into the mindset. And so this is why I steer away from convincing people about marriage, because you have to know yourself. And if you're not able to make that commitment, if you're not the kind of person that's going to say, this just needs to be done, you're not looking like, well, what is the benefit for me? When I hear people say that, like, I'm trying to figure out what's the benefit for me, don't get married, because there are going to be days where it doesn't seem like there's a benefit for you, because it's not going to come that same day. It's not one of those things like, it's not a gumball machine. Like, I put my quarter in, I get my gumball out. Sometimes it takes, weeks or months of investing in a certain thing in a certain season of your marriage before you see the results of it. And so it's really more about who you are as a person and who they are as a person. And then the strength, the weaknesses of each individual comes together, and that determines the quality of your marriage. You can come as 100%, but if you marry somebody who is at 50, you don't have a 200 marriage, you got 150 marriage. And so that's why it's important to be where you need to be for yourself, and someone else where you're not looking for them. And I'm saying 100, not like they check every single box, but they're at the capacity where they're giving all that they have to give. They're not withholding. They're not, if then, it's not a conditional thing. And once you have that, from there, those two people, you're able to build something of your own, as long as you come to the forefront committed, and you come to it willing to give your everything that I have to give. I'm invested in this. I'm invested in you. I'm invested in me. And I'm committed to doing what I have to do until the day that I die. If you don't have that mindset as an individual, you won't magically get it when you get married.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Love C. Perfect.
Awesome. So I'm gonna read something off. What do you think of this? A vigorous or determined attempt. What do you think of that word?
What word?
Would that describe a marriage?
Vigorous and what?
Determined attempt.
It could.
It's continuous though, so I wouldn't say it's an attempt. Like it's good.
Right, because you're attempting to make this thing, according to your word, work, right? So what I'm saying, effort is the proper word instead of saying work. Work is a task. Work is something that you have to do no matter what, right? But if you are determined to attempt to build this life with the person, it is effort that you need to put in to make a marriage develop. Is the problem.
We're saying the same thing. This conversation is
Hey,
going.
words matter.
Can I
And
ask
all
you a
I'm saying,
question?
but I also
Can I
want to
ask you a
get
question?
Sean in there as well. All I'm saying is that we need to start following steps and stop looking at things as difficult, hard, and all this other blah 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 stuff. It's steps that you got to do to make things work, and that is what I am talking towards. And I'm not trying to make it seem like it's all roses. I'm just telling you that there are steps to it, and most of the time, if I was to lay out all the steps that I did, most people would not say it's easy. So, but go ahead, Sean.
What's up, y'all?
OT Sean in the building.
My boy, what up, man? I think y'all all said some interesting things. I think I was really thinking about it, and just yes or no for the people on the panel who are married. In your head, can you think of something or some things that would constitute a line too far in your marriage where you would have to consider divorce? Just yes or no.
Yes.
So everybody married, would everyone say yes?
Yes.
Okay, right. So that was my thought. My thought is that I hear what y'all saying about commitment, but it's conditional commitment. It's not some shit that's like it's to the grave. I think we have to be very honest about what it is and what it's not. It's conditional. Everything is fucking conditional. Because if you become a meth addict, then we won't be married no more. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to treatment and you keep relapsing, we won't be married no more. If somebody's being abusive physically, we won't be fucking married no more. If we have 750 grand saved and you burn through that shit or something like that or something without telling me, we won't be married no more. So yeah, we can say the word commitment, but is it really? But these two, no, they're realistic though. The word
those are extreme, very extreme.
How so? How so? They're realistic. You mean to tell me that none of these things
they may be realistic, but most people don't have that kind of money to burn through. Two.
Okay, we'll change the amount of money, but the premise is the same. We can change the amount of money, but the premise is the same. Yeah, exactly. There's no way you can say that's extreme.
But burning through. Okay, so I'm saying what you're saying is extreme. Of course, nobody's gonna stay married if they're getting beat up. That we understand that. That's the extreme. Most people don't get beat up in their marriage. We're not talking about those extremes. We're talking about the regular, everyday commitment and challenges that people go through when they get married. We're not talking about people getting beat up. We're not talking about people cheating. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about regular, everyday.
Ooh, you're not talking about that, but I'm talking about that, which is why I was talking before you interrupted, right? So at the end of it all, right? Right. Appreciate it. I listened to you. Right. So the thing is, you can call it extreme, but they happen, right? Extreme things happen every day. At the end of it all, people get divorced for all kinds of reasons. And let me make it less extreme. Most people get divorced when they say irreconcilable differences. It's communication. It's stubbornness. It's selfishness. These things happen, which means that if the divorce rate is as high as it is, and the people that stay married are unhappy, then we have to be honest about there's something there that says is there's not as much commitment as we want to admit. Is that a fair statement, or did I pull that out my ass, or is that extreme?
And that's what me and Sharon are saying. Me and Sharon are saying we put the commitment first.
But
before we put our selfish desires first.
I'm not talking about you and Sharon. I'm talking about in general. Why are you talking about
But we're talking about the other side that other people don't actually hear. We're talking about.
I heard that, but I'm saying that I hear what you all are saying, and there's truth in what you're saying. I'm not negating that, but what I'm saying, you can't negate the truth in it.
We're not negating anything.
No, you are. Nobody else is. You are.
No, we're not negating that these happen. We're not saying that. What we're saying is we're not looking at those things as work. We're not looking at these other little things.
I'm not talking about that. What you're refuting what I'm saying, but for some reason you don't realize you're refuting what I'm saying, but then you're saying you're not refuting it. And then you're bringing it back to what you're saying. I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm saying what I'm saying.
I'm confused as to why you're listing all the negatives of marriage. We're not trying to list the negatives of marriage.
So
we're trying to find the good in marriage. You're making it seem as though all of these instances make marriage palatable.
You know why? Because Granville is my young homie, and I want Granville to understand the truth. I want him to understand both sides. I think we have to be honest about the realities of two humans coming together.
But we're not.
I'm okay, but I'm talking. You're not talking about that. I'm talking about that. I'm saying the beautiful things exist, yes. But Granville, this is what you need to. For me, a person whose daughter is 17 is going to be and who's going to be married, maybe within 10 years. Who knows? I want to give her the reality. All of these beautiful things exist, but look, let me tell you what also exists. You need to be aware of this, and I want you to temper your expectations, because sometimes we go in expecting perfection from imperfect beings, and that's not realistic. Why would we lead people astray? Let's tell them all of the things and let them go in with all of the information they need, because we can paint a rosy picture all the fuck we want to. But those of us who are married or who have been married, you know how the fuck it is when you're in that household and you hate that person. You got resentment. You love them, but you got so much resentment and you don't want to see their face. You want to sleep in a different room. And for a week, you all don't talk. We know what it is to have to go to counseling. So
that's too real.
The beautiful stuff exists, but we have to paint the whole picture. Exactly. I'm not negating anything you all said that's beautiful, because I agree with it all. I'm just saying that this duality exists.
I got a question for y'all. It's going to seem like it's off topic, but trust me, it's on topic. Do you see anything negative about eating healthy?
No, nothing at all.
Do you see anything negative about working out to improve your health?
Nothing at all.
No.
And that is all I'm saying. If you are constantly improving, and if you are constantly,
but that doesn't involve another person. That doesn't involve another person. That involves you.
I promise you. I promise you, you'll get a chance to talk, and you could disagree or you want to. What I'm saying is that we do have things that we talk about in 98% positivity if you're doing it correctly, because it is some negative things that you could say we're working out. You could lift too hard too soon and you could injure yourself, right? It's injury when you're working out. That is a negative connotation that you could put in the ideology of working out, right? So I even gave y'all one. So you could work out to the point where you injure yourself. Most people that work out for their lifetime, they injure themselves. Most marathon runners, basketball players, blah, 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 they injure themselves. That is something negative within working out. However, most people look at eating healthy, working out, and building a body up as a positive thing. And all I'm saying is that, yes, be aware of all the things that can happen to you. I'm never going to negate that. However, we got to have a conversation on it where we are building people. Because if you build people up, both sides, men and women, they will be able to navigate together and put effort towards a relationship. And that's what we need them to do, put effort in a relationship, because that means they are determined and attempting to build a relationship instead of working and saying, this is what I have to do, and make it seem like it's slavery. Most people look at submission as slavery. Most people looking at this thing as, they say all these words like, oh, we're going to have to sleep in separate bedrooms. We're gonna have to do this. What if this person cheat? What if that person turns into a crackhead? It turns into too many negative things. So we got to start giving a positive outlook on the positive things. Marriage is not a negative thing. Human beings can be negative, and therefore those human beings should not be married in a first. They should not be in any kind of relationship. Is the real issue that we are seeing. That's what's really going on. I want Otis to get in there, jump in there. Eso. I want to join him into it, and I also want to join Ami, etc., into it as well. Go ahead, Otis.
And I'm gonna land the plane quick. I agree with everything that you said. I really do. I just want to add this one caveat to it, and I want to use your analogy. Working out is a positive thing. So if someone sees my physique, they see this nice bicep and the little tricep under there, they see it. Damn, what you do to get that? I'm gonna let them know what I did. But I'm also let them know is there is a possibility that you could pull your muscle. There is a possibility that that dumbbell is gonna fall and break your toe and you're gonna be out of commission for 2 or 3 weeks. It's a possibility. So all I'm saying is I'm gonna tell the person about the beautiful things of marriage. Of course I am. But I'm gonna also tell you that it's a possibility that you're gonna go through a dry spell. and you're going to get through that though. You're going to get through it, but it's possible. That's all we saying. It's not all guns and roses. It's not. Every now and then you're going to have an issue that you got to overcome, and you will overcome it. That's all we saying. I'm not saying it's going to be all glory and all roses every day. That's a lie.
I got a question. I got a question. I just want to make sure I understand it perfectly because I want to make sure I didn't miscommunicate. So this is just a question. Did you not hear me say that you could get injured, and I gave you that as a fact that working out you could get injured? I just want to make sure.
Yes, you did, but you don't stress that. No, don't stop that. Don't do that. Don't do me like that. You don't stress that part. Yes, you said it, but you don't stress it. And that's all I'm saying. You don't stress it like it doesn't exist. But yes, for the record, you did say it. You glanced over it. You don't stress it.
Perfect. So as long as I said it, I just want to make sure it wasn't a communication barrier, because sometimes it seems like y'all act like I don't say it at all.
And you can put it in the fine print.
And then, but so what I'm saying is, if I'm talking about being vegan, right? I'm talking about being vegan. If I'm talking about eating the steak and how it should be cooked, I'm talking about that.
Sharon, can I test what you just said, right?
What I'm saying is, if you got somebody who's eating vegan with you, you don't want them calling it rabbit food or downplaying it or making it seem like, oh, you eating vegetables again, dang, or anything like that. You want somebody who's on that same page with you. Same thing with a workout. You want a workout partner. That's that whole marriage thing. It's people out here who not picking the right partners, I think. And that's why they say, oh, the dating pool is trash and all that, because you picking somebody who got a BBL, who don't even have real muscles or
you're
workout.
trash and don't realize.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't even work out to get that body. You get what I mean? They cheated. So you want somebody who's not a cheater.
That's a very good point. Sean wanted to test something.
Yeah, Sharon, let me see. Let me see this, right? Because I know you're in the construction field, right? So say for me, right? So say for instance, if I was interested in getting into that field, so I don't have any expertise on that. So I would come to you, but I don't need you to just tell me the rosy shit. I need you to tell me where you stumble. I need you to tell me how. I need you to help me not lose money. So for me, like I always talk about how on my first store, I lost money. Like the first year I wrote off like $35,000. Now that's not a lot to, whatever the case may be, but it's still money. It was my money. It's not a loan. You know what I'm saying? I lost $35,000 or whatever the case may be. Now I got the money back, whatever the case may be, but I still lost that. So if Granville was opening the store, I'm going to make sure I tell Granville, look, this is how you avoid these exact fucking things, because you putting your money into it, and I'd rather you not have to take that lesson that I had to take. I'd rather it not cost you what it cost me. Well, we all agree that makes sense.
Yes. So that was the question, or
yes,
you built it. So perfect, and that's why I do not look at it as work. I look at it as you got to have steps to ensure that you are doing things in the right and proper manner, because I went through all of the failures. So this is why I'm just giving you the steps to go through to move forward and be successful. When you go and deal with a coach is telling you all the steps that you need to take to be successful in anything that you do. If you want to shoot a jump shot, for example, so we can take on something that everybody could do, they take the steps. You need to bend your knees, put like this, square up with the rim, elbow to the rim, release with one hand, fingers spread. Those are all steps. And this is what all I'm saying that we got to do as married people is tell people what is the steps to be successful. If you just follow the steps to be successful, you know anything outside of those steps could be a positive, negative.
I agree with you on that, but and
you
know what
I'm saying, because enough people, because enough people is telling us all the other shit.
But look, part of the steps,
most of the people, that's like Shaquille O'Neal teach you how to shoot a goddamn 3-point. No, I'm going to Steph Curry.
Well, anybody look now, Sharon, did you play basketball growing up? Anybody up here play basketball?
I did.
Look, now back in our day, bro, what did we tell the big man when the big man got the ball? Nigga, they say squeeze the ball, hold the ball above your head, don't put it on the ground, pass it to somebody who can dribble. That's part of the steps to me. Part of the steps is telling me what missteps to avoid. Nigga, you can't dribble. You put the ball on the ground, somebody is gonna take that ball from you. Don't put the ball on the ground because you're big and you can't dribble. So I agree with everything you said, though. Real talk.
I really appreciate that because that's the part that I think we are missing. People do not want to talk about the steps because now big men are dribbling because they took the steps to learn how to dribble, and so now they know how to cross over.
Good point. Good point. Good point.
They know how to do it because they took the steps, and people see the word. Oh, now we can give it, and it's all about the step taking, and people are trying to just misstep everything to say, "Oh, I like you, you like me, let's get married." Y'all didn't put no steps, no effort into determining your attempts to build a successful relationship. That's why I want to use the word effort and not the word work. Work does not really fit in the word marriage because both parties are willing to build up the relationship. It's not a have to. I want to be with you. She wants to be with me. And we are putting effort into this relationship to keep building and do it for as long as we want to. It's effort, not work. And I also want to bring in Taz exclusive to the show. Go ahead, Omni, etc. What is your thoughts?
I think you hit the nail on the head just now when you said effort and not work, because work ensures outcome. Effort, you may not get everything that you work for. So I think people want guarantees in marriage. I think a lot of people have been, and I know this is going to sound wild, but this is me. A lot of people have been coddled in a way by systems that have been put in place off of the shoulders of former generations. Like the fact that you have a paycheck coming to you every single time that you put in effort. Well, somebody had to work and work and work, and they didn't even see the payoff of that thing. You know what I'm saying? I think the systems that we take advantage of every single day in our lives is giving us the mentality of, okay, yeah, this is guaranteed. The truth is, when you get to the bare bones in life, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. And it took a while for me to understand that about marriage, is that, you know, you could be with a person for an extended number of years. You can be with a person for an extended number of years. However, you know, one day they can just up and say, I don't want to do this anymore. And you're going to have to be cool with that. Now, are you going to have to, I tell people all the time that you're going to have to search within first. You're going to have to search within first and see and ask yourself this one question. And this is what I ask of myself every time I step into a new situation with anything, business, partnership deal, what have you. Am I built for this? Am I ready for this? Can I take this on? The downsides of this, can I be impacted by the downside of this and still be okay on the other side? And I think people need to look at marriage from that perspective.
Thank you. Also, Taz exclusive, what are your thoughts? You're on mute if you're there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we get you now.
Okay, so I just used what Otis and Omni said and put it together, right? So when Otis said that we need to hear more of it, I don't disagree. But the part of the problem that happens is what Omni is talking about. So if you pay attention to a lot of these conversations, it really ain't the married people that people want to hear from. I've been telling people since I came on YouTube, nigga, I ain't never had these crybaby ass issues that y'all had. And because I'm not willing to coddle, hold hands, it becomes, well, you rare. You found one of those lucky women and blah, blah, blah. It becomes more like I found the perfect woman as opposed to the man hitting the mirror and saying, I can keep her for I can get her. So I'm saying it to say, I don't disagree with really either one of y'all in totality, but I do think it's harder when you're the person that has somebody and saying, well, look, my shit's straight. I'm just trying to get y'all some advice. Y'all the niggas that's failing. Y'all the ones crying. You know what I'm saying? It begins to get negative at some point. You know what I mean?
You still there? He probably got a phone call.
Yeah, no, I was done. I just, you know what I'm saying? I was just trying to make sure we understand that at some point you become the success story talking to people who want to get where you at and you're trying to get them there, but it's their life experience that ain't getting them there. So the only real thing you can tell them is nigga, get in the mirror. And they don't want to hear that.
I get that point. Yeah. I see that to a certain degree. Yep. I agree. I got you.
And I've said this. time and time again about a bunch of men. Just real quick, Sharon. I said this time and time again about a bunch of men, especially men that come from single mother households. You know what I'm saying? No, because he brought up the mirror, and this is something that I've had to do coming from a single mother household.
Me too. Yeah.
When you get in that mirror, you got to beat the dog shit out of the bitch that was installed in you. You have to beat the dog shit until it can't breathe anymore, until there is no life in it. Because, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times dudes want to go around the outcomes of the choices that they make. They want to get around, and it is really human nature not wanting to endure the consequences of your own actions. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people want to obfuscate the consequences of their own actions, but there's no way around it, especially when you're in a marriage, because you have somebody dependent on you. Now you have real world responsibilities to another person before the children come into place, and then when the children come into place, you have responsibilities to that child or those children, and you are the linchpin, you're the foundation, you are the setter of the tone for everything that happens in that situation. So you can't really you can't really afford to step into any situation like, okay, I'm gonna just get this off and then I'm gonna try to avoid the consequences. No. You're gonna have to calculate the consequences in advance.
Awesome. Great. You have to calculate.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Daryl Long, Sip Nation. The black woman is God.
I agree with that.
Doesn't mean you have to worship her, but yes, she is.
There you go. See, there you go.
I disagree strongly.
Worship your woman.
You gotta worship her?
Worship your woman.
No, yes. I disagree with the black woman being God. Jesus Christ is Lord.
American Negro with the 10 ball. He said, if you truly desire a successful marriage, I recommend marriage counseling before getting married or engaged, because it lets everybody know what they are expected to do within a marriage.
Correct.
It needs to be out there on the floor. We need to lay everything out. This is why they say what you bring to the table, because the talking term is lay everything out on the table, right? And shake out all the chips and see if y'all all agree with the things that's on the table. It's not actually what you bring and what I bring. It's really more about what we expect out of this thing. That's what you putting on the table. Not, I have laughter and you have anger.
Can I give y'all a scenario and you tell me how the marriage should have went if I give you a scenario? Okay. Quick scenario, right? Okay. Early in my marriage, I think I told someone this, but early in my marriage, my husband was a correctional officer. And every time he would come home and he would be rah, 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 because with that kind of job, you have to be rah, 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 right? So every time he would come home from that job and he'd come home and bring that rah, rah, rah home, I would leave. I would just go and disappear for 4 hours. I wouldn't argue. I was just so hurt that I would just disappear, go to the bookstore, wouldn't come back for hours at a time. And that happened for about 4 or 5 times, right? And then once I came home one time, my husband was like, why do you keep disappearing every time I do that, right? And in my mind, that was the way I was trying to salvage being married. Because if I went rah, rah, rah with him back to him, the marriage probably would not have lasted. It probably would have been destroyed from what I would have said. So I'm saying in that scenario, I showed my selfishness not to communicate with my husband. My husband showed his selfishness by not understanding that he presented that rah, 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 and I was not a person that took well to being rah, rah, rah at, right? 2 totally individual human beings who are being selfish in their way. But I recognized that I did not want to destroy the marriage. So my only way of dealing with that was to disappear. And once we started talking, once he said, "Why the hell do you keep disappearing?" I sat him down and I said, "Because I don't want the marriage to end, and I can see it ending if you continue to treat me this way." Now, I'm asking the panel, what kind of commitment was that? A commitment that I should have kept? What did I do wrong? What did I do right, etc.?
Can I please go first?
Go ahead.
I remember you gave that story about a couple of days ago. You were on this panel. The one part that you did leave out, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said that carried on for like a year or two, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. In my opinion, the end result was perfect. You eventually sat down and you guys communicated and you worked it out. That's perfect. The only thing that I would disagree with, and it's just my opinion, it went too long without being discussed. I know it's easier said than done.
Selfish on my part.
I'm sorry?
It was selfishness on my part.
Yes.
I was scared to talk to him.
Yes, and you did say that. But what I'm saying, I'm not going to put all the onus on you, because I'm not going to say that. But my situation, if I come home from work and I got a bad attitude and I haven't decompressed, yes, that's part of my fault. That's my fault. I should have took care of that. But just in case I didn't, the significant other should be aware of that and help de-escalate that thick tension some way, somehow. That's all I'm saying. It shouldn't be all on her, but she should have something to contribute to de-escalate, and then talk about it much sooner. But you did it correctly. It took 2 years, but the end result was you did communicate. Now let me tie this all in. I'm gonna land my plane. You went through all that. To me, I don't want to use this word. I'm not gonna bring it up again. It wasn't work, but it was effort that you was putting into it. It wasn't rosy. It wasn't pretty, but you got on the other side, and I commend you for it.
But you see how I could. But you see how I could have walked away from that marriage
easily, and that's what most people do. And most people in that situation would have walked away. You are 100% correct. So I agree with Sharon. That's why I say we're saying the same thing. We're just going to take their word out of it. It's good because we got past all that mess. We can look past it. Oh, that shit was easy. I'm not easy, but it's not a bad thing. We got through it. I get what he's saying. I just don't want to just brush over it because it took something to get through that. My plane has landed.
Okay. Somebody give me another. Somebody give me another take on it.
Hey, Taz, you there? Go ahead.
I literally just walked back in, bro. What up?
So, what is your thoughts? So, the scenario is this: a woman, she's at home. Her husband is he's in law enforcement, and when he come home, he's still carrying the law enforcement attitude within the house, screaming, yeah, being very assertive and aggressive towards somebody that didn't do anything to him. The woman now leaves the house every time that happens. She go to she's not cheating. She goes to like the library, a movie, somewhere where he is not there, and this happens for 2 years. So now the question is, what's the question at the end, HQ?
My question is, me being in my selfish attitude and him being in his selfish attitude, we were trying to work around each other in a marriage. I left the house because I didn't want to end the marriage, right? But it was selfish on my part to just walk out. But I'm saying it's a scenario of people, something that somebody would end a marriage over, right? Because by rights, a lot of people will walk out and not come back, right? But I decided that I wanted that commitment to this particular person because I saw other things that would build a future with this person beyond that. If we could get past that, but I didn't know that as a young 23-year-old person being married, that we had to talk, that we had to actually communicate. And so that's how I responded to a problem in a marriage, is to leave until I understood that was not working. Right? So I'm saying, what should I have done? Was that a correct measure that I did? But was it a selfish thing, or would someone have left the husband, left the marriage?
Okay, so this is what I'll say. You have to be happy with your results, because another scenario would be that was a gateway into whooping your ass. And I'm just be honest with you. And what I mean by that is you're explaining verbal abuse. That verbal abuse translates into physical abuse. And that's common, it's normal. What you were able to do was avoid that downside that continues into physical abuse. And so that's my argument for you would be
Damn,
proud of
is
who
this
you are. And really, I think if you look around, it could end either way. It could be where you are, which is happy, move forward in it, or it could have been the other way, where that was the gateway into the negative side, where now it's a physically abusive relationship where you're unhappy, you're trying to escape, and you can't. There's a lot of legs on the other side of that conversation.
Very interesting point of view, right? That's the beauty of letting everybody talk, right? Because we all interpret the same situation differently, because we all have different. That's completely different. I don't think nobody else would have even had that even ideology or point of view to even look into that side of how it can escalate to something completely different. And luckily that it has not. I want to also welcome Ronald 804, because he might not have that much time because he's usually not in his car. What's up, Ron? And there you go. Internet. Go ahead, Issa. I see you hopped off. Go ahead, Issa.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna let Ron go. I don't know if he heard, but yeah. So I was gonna say exactly what Taz was saying. 1 in 3, I think, is the number of law enforcement agency people who work in law enforcement involved in domestic DV.
I did.
I did. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We also American Nigga. We all answered it too as well. We all addressed it and we all announced it. Maybe you had just clocked off, but we did address your super chat. Go ahead, Issa.
But yeah. Also, people in the chat saying you're supposed to disarm him with your feminine whatever. I kind of agree if that's something that is viable. Only she knows, because it's her relationship. And at the end of the day, beginning of the day, sometimes people ignore the red flags in the beginning, like before you even got married, because she said something about how, she saw other things in him, like as if to say, there were, that's one thing, like she realized, okay, she's not dealing with, so she'll walk out. But there's other things, that she saw that was in him.
I was very avoidant. I was very avoidant at the beginning of this marriage. I avoided negative things. I avoided those kind of things because feminine wiles doesn't that feminine. I just never thought to use that. So you can't use feminine wiles to. That's not a solution to those kind of things when it happens in a marriage. Sex is not always, and to me, sex is not the answer to solving a problem. It's just not for me. And so for me to avoid, I didn't want to get into a physical confrontation with my husband because he was that rah type. And I understood the danger and the violence of this person and what they could be, but I knew he loved me. But I also understood that job had an effect on him. So in order for me to deal with that, I had to automatically leave. Just leave, avoid it, and then he'll be calm when I get back, and then we'll talk somehow, some way, right? So I was avoiding. I was a lousy wife. Lousy in the beginning. The only thing I knew was being married and being committed. That's all I knew. Being married and being committed. I didn't know the ins and outs because that doesn't come. I just didn't know. I'm the first person to say I was a lousy wife at the beginning of this marriage because I didn't know his needs and I didn't know my needs, but I was committed to this marriage. I was committed to this person. And I wanted to be there. So in order to avoid something that would make it blow up and bleed nuclear and it would be over, I avoided a lot of things until he just stop me in my tracks one day and say, what the fuck are you doing? Why do you keep leaving? Why do you leave for 4 hours? Why do you keep disappearing? Why do you do that? And I said, I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want you to say the wrong thing. I don't want to end this marriage. I want to commit to this marriage.
Heathen Queen.
But be separate.
Commit,
like,
but be
not around each other, but still together.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I knew escalation was a definite thing that could happen. I did not want it to escalate.
Right. So what HQ is saying is what pretty much what Taz was saying, that is it starts off verbally abusive and then it can escalate into a physical thing. That's what Taz was talking about as well. He's saying how it could have escalated and it didn't, and it's partially because she was leaving, so it won't escalate. But what she really is saying and trying to communicate, that she was being lousy because she wasn't communicating, because once they was able to sit down and communicate, he understood and she understood, and then that's how they was able to move the marriage forward. The reason why we even got into this conversation is also because of American Negroes super chat about what they're counseling, and because counseling is effectively communication, leaving things on the table, putting everything on the table, and have a conversation about all the pieces that is on the chessboard. And we say, hey, this is how we're going to move and arrange, and we're going to build forward. So that's how we got to this part of the conversation. Britt, we're going to bring in Otis, and I also want to bring in Ronald right after so he could join the conversation as well.
I want to, first of all, I want to say this. Great, and I respect your self-reflection within your marriage. Great reflection and great accepting of accountability. Big. My question to you is, Heathen Queen, did your husband accept his part in that situation? I'm assuming he did, but did he accept it, and how willing was he able to accept that for you guys to move on in your marriage?
Well, once he grabbed me and, he grabbed my attention and said, sit down and explain to me why you're leaving. I said to him, I don't want this marriage to end. You're being intolerable to me. I need you to not be intolerable to me because I want to stay. I want to be your wife. Mm-hmm. First thing he said was, I apologize.
Okay.
See, I understand. He said, I understand, but this job is so stressful to me. Right? Mm-hmm. So I was like, I understand now that it has been going on for so long. I understand. Mm-hmm. But you cannot take that out on me. You have to decompress from that. Mm-hmm. Right? So I realized that I needed to leave him alone. And we agreed. When he came in the door, he would do something else before he addressed it. He would let me know he was there. Mm-hmm. Before he came to me, he would take that off. He would take the armor off.
Right.
And then address me in a better way. I understand. I avoided all of that shitty ass wife. I'm the first one to admit it.
I'm saying that, but I get your point. I don't like when you say that about yourself, but I get your point. You taking your responsibility, but don't say use a shitty ass wife.
I think that's perfect. And I also want to bring in Ronald 804. Thank you, HQ. That is such an important dialogue. Go ahead.
Hey, Ronald. What's up, everyone? I'm out visiting by my mother-in-law right now. But I was like, I saw the conversation that you guys had a few days ago, so I was like, let me jump in and say my view. First of all, I gotta give a shout out. First of all, shout out to everybody in the panel. And I gotta give a shout out to Otis and his wife. I'm a big fan of you guys now. After your wife came in and say, what they care about our marriage for? Right? I'm a big fan. So that's how it is. Everybody's not gonna understand your marriage. As long as you and your wife understand it, that's the most important. Everybody, right. I know some of the girls was like, I would never do that. Well, Otis is not for you. That's the reason why that woman is for Otis. So God bless you and your wife, and wish you guys many more years.
Yes.
When it comes to Heathen Queen, when I heard what she said 3 days ago or something like that, the first thing that popped into my head is this man had a stressful day, and now he came home, and now she's gone for 4 hours. Now he has to take care of the kids, You know, now that she's gone, and she said that he even got to get his food and all that stuff. You know, me personally, I'm not a runner. I have. There's
Mm.
never been a time where me and my wife got into an argument that I'm like, I'm out of here. You know, me personally, if we got to go to the other side of the house, I'd rather do that until we cool off than to like, okay, I'm gone. You know, that's almost like, because if you was in a marriage, for example, if your husband grew up with some kind of abandonment, if when you do that, that adds on to the abandonment. That you just, okay, I'm gone for 4 hours.
Wow.
So, but I'm happy that you're willing to accept, you know, your part of it, of the situation. You know, but like me personally, even when it comes to like my parents, I always tell them, I don't know how long you guys have on this earth. My parents are in their 70s now. I told them, if I'm upset with you, there's never going to be a time where you call me on the phone and I don't pick up the phone, because that is one less time I get to talk to you. You know, but unfortunately, I know your husband passed away. So if you count up all those 4 hours, all those hours that you left, those are hours that you know that you didn't get a chance to spend time with him. If you're looking back now, you know, I hate to put it that way.
Yes.
You know, I hate to be. I hope I don't come off as harsh, but those are hours that you didn't get a chance to spend with your husband. Looking back right now.
Before you answer HQ, because I think it is sentimental, and so you probably will look at it and understand what he's saying. However, what I was saying, when we talk to the greater audience, it sounds crazy that you say that. For her to say that she missed hours of them arguing or being in turmoil. What they did was exactly what they needed for their relationship. She had to leave so they could get into communication, because neither one of them was prepared for the communication piece yet. So her leaving actually built their marriage up the way how it needs to be, and that's why it was able to extend for the amount of years that it is. So we gotta be very careful with how we using time. So she had to leave so they could get to the part where they had to communicate, because the communication was missing at that juncture in their life particular. So no, you cannot use that as a frame of you could get some time back. No, everything happens for a reason. You got to go, and this is why we got to be careful. That's why we got to say it takes effort, because everything that you go through within your marriage, it was needed for your marriage to move forward. So that was an obstacle they had to get over, and it's something that she could self-reflect on. And now with her going through that self-reflection, now she could give that on to other people. It's somebody in this audience, because we got 94 people here. So we got somebody that heard that and say, I'm going to look at things differently when I'm having a poor communication, the way how he walks in the house and he's talking about he need to decompress, and he's not realizing he's taking his stress from the outside world and bringing it into the house. So that's why her story is important. Not because it's missed time. No, it's because it was a learned lesson.
Yeah, this all is a learned lesson. You know, like I said, I didn't want to come off harsh, but like I said, when I heard it a few days ago, that's the first thing that popped into my head, because I always think about time, how valuable time is. You know, and we have no idea. That's why, like in my life, that's why I always tell people, I'm never going to be the one where, dang, why Ronald ain't pick up the phone? Because I never want to be the one where, dang, somebody's gone and I never had that chance to, you know, to fix things or something like that. You know, so I didn't want to, like I told, that's why I told her I didn't want to come off as harsh, but that was something, that's the first thing I thought of, because that's something that's always in my mind when it comes to never waste my time. Time is very valuable. You don't know how long this person has on earth. So when you got a chance to fix things, you know, fix things. I'm happy that they were able to eventually fix things, you know, but that's the most important thing. Anybody got anything else to say?
No, yeah. I just think that you guys gotta be careful about how you present time, because that was a very dangerous way to present
I'm
time.
not even gonna go there. Wow, I'll leave that alone.
It is a very dangerous way how he presented time just now.
I'd like to respond to HQ's situation.
Yes, go ahead. Just keep the conversation going. Go ahead.
Absolutely. HQ, I don't think you should beat yourself up as much as you are about the steps that you take. A lot of men don't really understand that femininity is the exact opposite of masculinity. So in my view, you were moving as a feminine woman should. You were moving in response to stimuli, and that stimuli was his aggression. See, in a marriage, it's going to call, and this is what I had to understand because I've actually studied marriage because I want to be married, but I want to do it the right way as opposed to
Let me
just
see what he about to say.
instead of just stumbling over my feet every step of the way. So it called in a marriage, what's required of you is things that you're probably not accustomed to. I'm speaking from the male perspective as a man. Men are, in order to get our way, a lot of times in life, we tap into aggression. We use aggression because we have more of a laser focus. We're more tunnel vision, whereas women tend to take in a lot of perspectives and look at a lot of different things. We tend to be laser focused, especially when we're talking about things like finances. Um, I think you did. I think you moved as a feminine woman should in that situation because, as Taz pointed out, the only other thing would be to attack that head on, and you might actually have ended up hurt going against your man's aggression. I think you did appropriate because you leaving the house, a man eventually is going to have to ask himself, well, why is she doing this?
Who
I'm betting
told
I'm
you? Hey, can anybody hear me right
hold the fuck
now?
up.
Sherry,
Hold
Yes,
the
Sherry,
fuck up.
Hold on,
Hold the
Nigga.
Sherry.
fuck up. Hold the
Sherry,
fuck up.
we can
No,
hear
we're not
you,
doing
but you
this.
have to give
We're
us a
not doing
minute.
this.
We'll call on you, and you could go on your little rant that you want to, but not right now. Let Omni finish. We're gonna go Omni. We're gonna go Wild Heart, and then we're gonna allow you to do your rant, and then go ahead, Omni.
All right. So I think HQ, you moved as exactly as you should as a woman because that would, as the man that values you, would cause me to go, why is she doing this? Every time I express myself, she is walking out of the room. Now he has to now he has to figure out a different way to express himself. And he probably hasn't ever done that before. He's probably because depending on his rank, depending on his in his job, especially, the police are quote unquote, they like to say the police are quote unquote militarized nowadays. So, in the military, it's a lot of giving orders, receiving orders, and that's it. So he was probably giving you orders in an aggressive manner or dictating certain things in the household, and you were not responding to it in the way that he wanted it to be responded to, which probably amped up his aggression even further. You leaving and you having the option to leave, now he doesn't know what to do with that situation. Now he has to open up a line of communication. Now he has to talk to you about it because he now has to realize that you're just not a soldier to be taking orders. You're a person in this marriage that, what I'm saying, y'all have to work through this together. So I think you did exactly what you were supposed to do. I'm sorry that it didn't work out at the end. But I think you did exactly what you were supposed to do in the situation by leaving because
No,
I
she didn't.
don't suggest women. I don't suggest
She didn't
for
leave the
women.
relationship.
No, no, no. Oh, y'all still married? Are they
Yeah,
still married?
he wound up passing away. That's the only reason why she's not married anymore.
Oh, okay.
Been
Well,
married
that's
for 30
unfortunate.
years. We're 30 plus years after that.
Yeah,
Okay, okay. Well, salute
and
to
that's why
that. And
she
I
brought.
think,
Yeah, that's why she brought the conversation in because she was saying
got you,
she would have
got you.
been justified to leave with those 2 tough years of the aggression that he was walking through the door with,
Well,
and
no,
nobody
you were
would
so.
have. Yeah,
Forget what I said. You a soldier for real. If y'all had 30 years of marriage after that, you know what I'm saying. But no, you did what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to leave. You weren't supposed to stay in a tumultuous situation. Now,
yeah.
you didn't leave the marriage. You didn't leave the marriage, thank God, and salute to your 30 plus years. Anybody that makes it that far, I salute. Anybody that makes it past 10, past double digits, period, I salute them. But you moved as a woman should in order to get him to respond in the manner that he should, because now it's not about holding you in place and you just taking direction from him in an aggressive manner. Now he has to consider, how am I getting my message across? I'm gonna have to find other means to get my message across. The one thing that I hate about DV situations. The number one thing that I hate
Yeah,
about
close it
DV
out.
situations, yeah, I'm about to land it, is that women stay and take the abuse. That's the number one thing that I dislike about DV situations, and they're always looking towards that time that he was so good. They're trying to find that time that he was such a good guy to them when in the courtship. That now that they deal with the reality of him, they are looking for that time back. No, you have to leave when someone is being abusive and aggressive to you, because you're not a man. You're not going to be able to fight him back when
Absolutely
they get to
not.
fighting. So yeah, you did. I think you did the correct thing, and it shows in your 30 years of marriage.
Absolutely.
Salute
I
to
also want to welcome Wild Heart Resurrected. And then we're going to go to the beautiful and always intelligent, and she always have her great points, Sherry Berry after Wild Heart Resurrected.
Well, I didn't.
After Wild Heart Resurrected, you are next, Sherry Berry.
Yeah, you won't have to wait long. Yeah, I'm just getting into the conversation, so I'll listen for a bit before I make any comments. But thanks for having me on, and great to see you.
What up, out the mud, Cody? What it do? Welcome to the show. What it do, big dog?
Man, shit, what good with y'all, big dog? Y'all good on the good, beautiful Saturday morning, big dog?
Yes, sir. What's your
Man,
thought?
shit. Man, on as far as what, big dog?
Anything, whatever, what you got on your mind for the show so far? What's on your mind? What triggered you? What didn't trigger you? What you want to talk about? What you don't want to talk about? What's on your mind?
Oh, well, I think like as far as like damn, I forget my girl name, Miss HQ. What Miss HQ was saying, and what Ronald was saying as far as the time. I think he left out the fact that her husband being the man coming home bringing problems, issues from the job, allowing that to dictate how he operate with his wife within his household for the first hour, 2 hours of coming home. What's to say for that time? Ain't that time just as valuable as the 4 hours she leave and allow him time to decompress to himself? Time that he probably needed.
Well, I don't know about no decompression.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, I do. I know about it.
We're gonna let the way I got you, Sherry. Let me set the stage for you. Right now, we're about to let Sherry Berry, which she always have an intelligent point of view when she's having a conversation, and she always want to build up conversations. Go ahead, Sherry Berry. What's your thought?
Okay, since you want to build me up like you want to make fun of me, nigga, I ain't no bitch to make fun of. Get your shit together. But what I was trying to say was, black men do. And I understand that. But at the same time, y'all act like y'all don't understand our struggle. Black women go through struggles too. We been through struggles. Y'all look at us like we worked and had. No, we was nannies, mammies, and all that shit. I don't like when bitches, and I call all you motherfucking bitches in the chat, let me start a fight right now. If you call another woman a mammy, that's disrespectful to your ancestors. You raggedy ass bitch. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your ancestors. Now I'm gonna cut that loose. Now let's get back to what you trying to play with me, Sharon.
What? Sherry. Absolutely not. I
got a husband. He's been here since I was a little kid. See, it wasn't forced with two billy goats like Trigger might tell you. It was
got to do with this, Sherry? He not here. He's not here.
Yeah, but you do that with your channel, because Trigger Mike can come over and say, put women in bondage so they coochies up. The bitches are hard.
What the heck, Sherry? Okay, everybody.
That's what it sounds like to me, Sharon. I'm sorry, I apologize, but I be like, what the fuck are y'all on? Y'all are Americans, not Africans.
Sherry, is
Okay,
that
there we go.
no,
Mary,
I ain't
do
stepping in this.
you know why your skin is so
So
beautiful and so brown?
why is it so
Do you
beautiful and
know why?
brown? Flattery gets you everywhere, Sherry. Flattery
Because
gets you
he
everywhere.
was always here.
Wow. So we are going to set up a water fund for Miss Sherry Berry. Everybody said 99 cents for Sherry Berry's water. We need to get her some water ASAP. 99 cents so we can make sure we get Sherry Berry some water. We all been here before.
Hey, Sharon. I'm sorry, Sharon. The most
Yeah.
important thing in Heaton's Queen situation is that they did stay together, right? When you first get married, we have this conversation all the time. When that storm come, a lot of times people don't figure it out. They get frustrated and they get divorced. So that's why you need to weather that storm a little bit, try to figure it out, have that conversation. I know sometimes it's hard for people to have that conversation. That's the reason why people might leave. But the most important thing for her is, even though, like I said, I didn't think her leaving for 4 hours was the right situation, but at least she always came back, and then eventually they figured it out.
But
So
see,
like I said, my way of solving the problem might be different from how she solved the problem. But the most important thing is that they were able to solve it and they stayed together. They stayed together and solved it, compared to like I'm filing for divorce. That's the most
Right.
important thing.
That was
right. So here's the thing for me though, right? So I don't agree with that. Like at the end of the day, if she would have went and filed for divorce, her life wouldn't be no worse. She wouldn't be not. It wouldn't make it. Okay, if you're a victim of domestic violence and you choose to stay and things work out for the better, that's okay. But I don't think it's a celebration to say you stuck through the domestic violence. You stuck through the physical and the verbal abuse. And since you stuck it out, you were rewarded in the end with not getting your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that, bro. Like if there's a fine line there, I think that we got to play with this conversation because and I'm not saying you're doing this at all, but it do sound like at some point it becomes stay with an abusive man.
Oh,
Right.
and
Yeah, and that's the part
HQ,
that I don't mess
was
with.
there physical abuse?
No, there was not physical
Okay,
abuse.
so in HQ situation there wasn't any physical abuse.
But it's
So like
verbal
me
abuse.
personally, okay,
Women
I
don't
understand.
physically abuse men either, but they
I
verbal as
understand.
hell though, big dog.
I understand. So when it comes to physical abuse, I say get away. Yes. There's no That's something we should never argue about. If somebody's physically abusing somebody, get the hell out of there.
But you
But when
see, but you see how I say that I was not a good wife. You see when I say that I was not tapped into my marriage the way you're supposed to be tapped into communication with your spouse. This is why I presented the scenario for people who decide they want to get married and say, hey, there's communication is very important, most important. These are things that you have to cultivate in.
Will you stop that bitch from lying? Because that bitch is lying. She's
Whoa,
an
wait,
older
whoa, whoa,
bitch
whoa, whoa,
that got
whoa,
the
whoa.
bitch.
What the fuck
No,
is
I'm
Hold
telling
on,
the
big dog.
truth. I'm
Oh
telling.
what in the fuck is going on?
Yeah, but I was saying that's why I said that I knew that I was not the best wife because I did not commit. I mean, I did not communicate. I did not, do the things that you should do to work out a marriage. I'm not saying people stay because you're being verbally abused. I'm not advocating that at all. I'm saying if you want to say verbal abuse, okay, well then we have verbal abuse. I stayed because of it was verbal abuse, but I stayed knowing that I was going to commit to this marriage, and I knew we could change or turn it around once I started going and leaving.
No, that's an utter miserable ass bitch.
Sure, please do.
Yeah. Sorry,
like Jesus.
Just on a technical point, she's actually telling you what actually happened in her life. There's no way she can be lying. You might disagree with her, but she's just telling you what she did in her situation. That's not lying. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I'm not saying it was correct. There could have been better scenarios. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there can be better scenarios. I'm saying this is the way I solve the problem. I'm saying all ways of solving the problem could be wrong or they could be right. I'm saying this is the way that I did it because I wanted the commitment, because I wanted to stay married, because I knew that he was a good man. Regardless of what this rah, I knew he was a good man. So I decided I was going to do this and stick, not go out and look for another man, not go out and do this. No, I was committed to what I was committed to, regardless of whether it was verbal abuse or not. And people do it every day. I'm not saying I'm unique. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying this is what Heathen Queen did. And Heathen Queen stayed married and wanted to be married and wanted to be committed. That's all I'm saying. There's issues and problems in marriage, but you don't just walk out. I'm not saying because of verbal abuse or anything. I'm just saying sometimes things come along that are hard, that you have to work through, and you may be successful at it and you may be not, but that's no reason to quit right off the bat.
And can I say this? Hey, big dog, on the cool, I think what we overlooking is on a large majority side of the balance, big dog, or the balance beam. We she doing exactly what we hear these people ask for every day. See, on a majority scale, majority women would have walked out of their marriage at that point, big dog. And we campaigning every day for women to stay behind miscellaneous things. You understand what I'm saying? Stop walking out behind miscellaneous things. You understand what I'm saying? So she basically done what we've been asking. You get what I'm saying? She's a prime example of going through and staying down for the goddamn bigger cause. Now, verbal abuse comes from both sides, in my opinion, and mostly from the woman's side. You understand what I'm saying? But if as men we gonna receive that as abuse, right? When it comes from the woman towards us, then we have to see it as abuse when it's being done from the man toward the woman. You see what I'm saying?
You recognize that I said at the beginning that
I'm on your side, my girl. I'm with you.
Yeah,
I understand everything you're saying.
Yeah, we understand that you said that you was not such a great wife in the very beginning.
I'm saying at the beginning I was doing the arguing, the back and forth with
right.
them. And then I realized.
I understand all that. But if we could all be honest, if we all was in relationships as teenagers and goddamn
right, we gotta learn to be better. Right.
Then we understand that goddamn those relationships have a lot of goddamn toxic shit going on in them, and there's a lot of growing pains and shit you got to work through in those relationships. That's how you get to those 30 and 40 years of marriage and togetherness.
We're not gonna say work. We're gonna say put effort. We're gonna say put effort into making a relationship work, not work.
Can I say something, HG, right quick? I keep hearing this, fam, and I heard somebody else allude to it earlier, so now I'll be the second person to say it. Listen, please stop holding yourself accountable like this. Like there's a certain point where I think what you're doing is like kicking yourself because he's not here anymore. And I don't think if those 30 years were good, fam, you got to lead with those as being good and kind of keep your mind on that part of it, because you're beating yourself up for nothing. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you know what I mean, you did stay in a marriage for 30 years that has to be something to be proud of. But when I hear you talk today, you're regretful of some of the things that you did, and I'm pretty sure it's because he's not here to say it or not here to hear it and whatnot. But you got to let that part of it go, fam, and be happy and proud of being what you are, which is the wife that was there for 30 years, seen it all and the ups and the downs and whatnot. And you here today with the ability to give that advice. You know what I'm saying? It's not, for me, I've heard you say you weren't a good wife, maybe too much. That's just me.
Facts. You're right.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
Yeah, I think some people are in love with the idea of being in love, like that idea of marriage or happily ever after. You know what I'm saying? Finding the one, all of those type of fairy tale, fantasy things. And you saying it's not work, it's effort. But honestly, you have to want to put in that work every day. You choose each other every day for the rest of your lives.
So the reason why I'm not using the word work, the word work means that you have to do it regardless of what, and effort means that you
do have to do it though.
You are determined and you are willing to attempt to do something. You are.
No, I'm saying once you sign up, you do have to do
work
it.
Means that you have to do it. Effort means that you are consciously moving forward. It's a big difference between work and effort. Huge difference.
Well,
you can use both words. It really doesn't. It's not really a big deal.
Absolutely not. It
work.
is a big deal.
I use work all the time. Nothing's wrong with using work.
It's everything
work.
The word.
But work, you can go to work and do your job damn near with your eyes closed, big dog.
Right.
But you can't do marriage with your eyes closed.
Come on.
Nah. They say if you find something you like, you'll never work a day in your life.
I agree.
Exactly. So that's why we cannot use the word work.
I agree with using the word work, Sharon, and here's why. Because I'm not saying working a job, but in terms of the process of trying to make something beneficial to you and someone else, yeah, dog, that's gonna take work because I'll never completely know and understand her without dealing with her. Nigga, that's work.
So the reason why I don't want to use the word work is because the word work means a task, undertaken, or something that you have to do. Right. That's why I don't want to use that word work, because it's not. It takes out the fact that I want to be with the person and the person want to be with me, and that's why I use the word effort, because effort means to vigorously and determined attempt. So I want somebody that's with me that is going to be having effort to it, to have vigorous, determined attempt to build this relationship, not somebody that's just with me because they have to. I want that person to choose me and I choose them. So that's why I don't like the word and the psychology and
You're just being difficult then. This is semantics and Sharon being difficult and just want to argue over nothing. Gotcha.
Not really semantic though.
Nah, you gotta use both of them actually.
No, he really right. Sharon really right though.
Like if you come to work and do nothing.
Come on, Taz. Think about it, big dog. I know you know he right. Think about it for a minute, Taz.
The definition he given for work for effort is what I'm defining as work, though. So you know what I'm saying? It's just the language barrier. It's no different because
you using semantics, but Sharon's not though. Because if you're defining work the way he's defining effort, then you're the one who's using the semantics at that moment. Because shit, you can't make them mean the same shit. You see what I'm saying?
But you can use the word in the definition for each. So you can use the word work in the definition for effort. You can use effort in the definition for work.
No, because
no, you can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that.
You can't. So the reason why is because effort means that you want to do it. You want the person in it, and work is just I have to do it. And I'm just doing this, and it is what the person.
Hey, Sharon.
That means if we saying that work is in a marriage, that means you can marry anybody as long as you're willing to do the work. Correct?
Exactly.
And we know that's not true.
You can.
You cannot.
Yes, you can. If y'all both want to make it work,
just marry anybody and make the marriage work. Go ahead. Go ahead, Wahad. You can jump in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I could solve this. Sharon has given his definition and why he prefers one over the other. The easiest thing to do would just be agree on one definition. You don't have to agree with the definition, but just use one in the conversation. Then it keeps it's just simpler, that's all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so my definition of effort means a vigorous, determined attempt.
Right. That's so what would effortless be?
Effortless? A manner requiring no physical or mental exertion.
Right, which would be what? Work, nigga.
No, absolutely no. Work is is completely opposite of effortlessly. Stop.
Have to be work. Once you start talking about exerting, dog, that's work, man.
Yeah,
Come
man.
on.
That's effort, big dog.
And Sharon, if we want to use Sharon's definition of work, in my life, my plan was when I got married, this is gonna be for life. So I need this thing. I need to make this thing happen. So I'm gonna do whatever definition you want to use. Yeah, I'm with it. So I need this to work. I need this. I need to handle whatever I need to handle in order for this thing to be successful.
But
So I'll
I
use
can
your
see how
definition.
You want marriage to look at as a task to be undertaken, something that you have to do,
Yes,
rather than
I
something
have.
that you.
I have to make my marriage
You
work.
rather use that.
I'm not.
You rather use that definition
Yes,
rather
yes.
than
I don't
something
care.
that
You can
is.
use any definition
No,
of
you
work,
have to care about words. Words mean something.
and I'm gonna use any definition. I have to make my marriage work. I don't care what y'all say. I'm not. I'm not getting divorced like a lot of these Negroes.
Yeah, that's the
So
task at
use
hand.
whatever.
He making it work.
Use whatever definition of work you want. Apply to my marriage. I'm gonna do what it takes as a husband, as the leader of this family, to make this sucker work.
Hey, listen. How you doing? All I'm saying is this: if you want to look at it like that, that's fine. It sounds like to me that you do not love anybody within your household because you just.
Sharon, that's some shit you gotta teach on English Thursday, big dog. That's for English Thursday. That's for English Day Thursday.
What I'm saying is this: all you saying that they are a task, and you doing it because you have to do it, and it doesn't matter if it was your wife or another woman. It didn't matter who she was, because all it is a task, and you just
Nah, bro, you add
the
that
task.
a lot.
These are the words that we are using, and this is why a lot of women run away from
You
the
gotta
word
teach
marriage.
them that language
Look at it
class, big
as
dog.
it's just a job, and they don't have nothing to do with anything else besides this is my duty, and that is it. That's the problem. Go ahead, Wildheart.
Yeah. Plus, when you're saying you got to make your marriage work, sometimes it's not your choice. There are two people in a marriage. If the woman wants to leave you, and you have to make the marriage work, you don't get a choice about it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That is a great point. Just because that's why I want to use the word effort, because it does no matter how much effort you put in it and you are determined for attempt to build a successful relationship, the other person, that doesn't give you 100% guarantee. And that's why I like to use the word effort, because people can have the same effort into something, but it doesn't mean we're all going to get the same results.
That's the reason why I say I'm gonna do my part. Yes, a woman, no matter what a man does, the woman could decide to leave. I'm doing my part, right? She also has to do her part in order for it to work.
Hold on, let's not move it forward, because
so
you're not
Sharon,
understanding what I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead, Taz.
So here's the thing, though, fam. What it sounds like you're using is a noun. I don't hear the because work is a verb. The word you're using is a noun, and I do think what we're talking about is an action. You have to put forth an action.
Okay, so perfect.
That's
So
correct.
we use work as a verb. All right, so to be engaged in physical or mental activity in order to achieve results and do work. That's the verb sense of it. Or a machine
Wait,
operates.
say it again. Wait, hold on. You just that was the verb definition of effort.
Work. Of work.
Okay, right. So is there a verb definition of effort?
Let's check. Let me see if it is one. It's a good question.
Yeah. So
that is a good question. Let's see. No.
Nah, because it's not an action.
Yeah, effort is a noun.
Not an action.
Effortless is an action.
No, effort is a noun. I'm looking at it. I
had to look. Effort is a noun.
It fucked me. I'm not gonna lie, Taz. It fucked me up a little bit when you said that, because I always thought of effort as a action. But no, it's a noun. It's a noun.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I'm sitting here just thinking. I would have thought
No,
it
what
was a verb, an action verb, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? So if we're gonna play with the words, let's play with them, fam. What Sharon is saying is a person, place, or thing, not an action.
Okay. Effortless will be an action, though.
Well, we're not talking about the word effortless, so it doesn't make sense to even look.
We're talking about the word effort.
Effort.
Yeah, the root word. It's a noun.
I gotta think about it a little bit more, but
Sharon, just say you was wrong, bro. Just
No, I'm saying like the way how we use it. I still not.
You know, Sharon is never wrong. He got the solutions.
No, because now we going black and white.
Why does it have to be an action though?
Right, because that's the thing that I'm minding out in my mind, right? Because it is a person, place, a thing. So
why does it have to be an action, big dog?
Because I want my person to put effort, right? So
because
it's very
he's saying
interesting.
put effort.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, I think it's a very important part to add in when we use the noun and the verb.
Let
Yeah, go ahead,
Taz
Taz.
answer this,
Explain it,
Javon.
Taz. I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, the reason I'm saying it would have to be a verb is because the verb would denote an action. If we just throwing a word around that doesn't mean an action, it doesn't mean you're putting forth effort. It just means that the effort is there, so to speak. But putting forth effort is work. And so for me, the verb version of effort, which doesn't exist, but you're using, would be work. Because I'm just trying to figure out where else effort would fit if we're just using the textbook definition.
But listen, big dog, how can you use the motherfucker in a context that don't exist? How can you be? I mean, that makes no sense to me. That part.
Because since it's announced, so that means once we put it into,
I don't get why it has to be a verb or why it has to make an action. That's what I don't understand.
Because once we put the word in play, then it turns into like said action. My wife put effort into moving the relation forward. I can't use it in that sense, and so therefore that means she is doing something with determined attempt.
So are we saying that effort is involved in work?
So no, what we're saying is just the way how we use it. And since we're going by definition, we got to define how we using it. Is what Taz is saying. That's all. It's not even really an argument. He's just making sure that we're using everything in proper context. Since we are using the exact definition of these words, that's all. It's not even really an argument. We just building. To be honest with you.
But I don't know if we were we speaking in action.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Because put forth effort. So we definitely speaking in action. You want a result from the effort, right?
So effort is a part of work.
Not necessarily.
I would say it's a part of success. I would say work, but I would say it's a part of success. Go ahead, Wild.
Yeah, but what I was saying before is once you give the definition of what you mean by the word no longer matters. Once you know what Sharon means by the word, what he's using, the actual word doesn't matter because you know what he means by it.
That is very good, bro.
That means work. Right.
I disagree with the word work. Let me look at the word work in verb version again.
He means work. You know what I'm saying? That's what we gotta agree on.
I'll do that. Be engaged in physical or mental activity in order to achieve a result. Do work.
Okay, so for example, like if we use work in a relationship context, it's gonna take some physical and some mental to get that shit to work. It's gonna take physical and mental effort to get where you want to get to. I don't see how you can take work out of the equation.
Work is a interesting word, and also you could put it as a machine. So that machine works.
Well, it is quite common for people to say you've got to work at a relationship.
Yeah, they use it often.
Well, that's kind of a common phrase. So yeah,
even though I think it's the wrong phrase. God damn it! Yeah. I'm sticking to my guns.
I don't even think you're wrong though for the pushback. I'm just giving you a little hell, but I do think contextually, when you start aligning it with the job, and I've heard a lot of people say, well, when you go to work, you don't talk to your boss like that, and you know what I'm saying, that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that it's been aligned in that way a lot. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's really where I'm coming from, is the way how it's perceived. Man, that's good. That's why I enjoy having intellectual conversations, having great, real genuine pushback. Because that's what this was, right? That was genuine pushback, not trying to prove me wrong or I'm trying to prove y'all wrong. We just going with our minds and challenging each other's thought patterns and pushing the limits of definitions. That's awesome, in my opinion.
I like when
ad hominems. Yes, perfect.
I like when you realize that you could have been wrong and you took a minute to think about it. That shows like intellectually, you know, like we take time to mind these things out. So we can just get better. We can just get better communication with people, because way too many people look at things in the wrong context of what we are actually communicating. It's a problem with that. Yeah, a lot of people don't do that. Yeah,
we need to
a lot
get to better and more understanding on these panels. Like way too many times nobody even recognize that. Yeah, I could be wrong. They'll just move the conversation forward. All right. So then what about this? And then you give them an answer. Oh, wait, hold on. But what about this part of it? Like, bro, which part of we're gonna have to get to some point where we say I agree or I disagree. So we can move the conversation forward. Like shit. And I really enjoyed this a lot. But I gotta get ready to do some work. I want to appreciate everybody for coming through and hanging out with your boy. And we do this every day at around 9 a.m. ish, roughly. We the solution-based gang. We here to rebel against remedial rhetoric. As you see, you got to substantiate your point of view. We get down to definitions. If you want to get black and white, we have no problem with it whatsoever. So everybody, if you want to have a long-lasting relationship, whether if it's on papers or not, you got to put some effort into it.
But Sharon,
there you go again. Sharon gotta be Sharon.
Are you getting ready for work or are you getting ready for effort? That's the question.
Good one. Hey, that's a good one.
Hey, Sharon.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to add a little bit to the conversation you had. Like I said 3 days ago, because I couldn't come on the panel. Okay. When it came to like like should you bring your stress home or whatever like that.
Oh, the decompression.
Yeah, decompression. Yeah, in my situation, like work really doesn't bother me like that, so I don't really bring it home. But when it comes to my wife, it does stress her out a lot of times. Like I already told you, she's an OBGYN, so she has a very stressful job. So there are times she would call me while she's on her lunch break, and there are times where she even call me when she's driving home. And I would tell her, and she would tell me what happened that day, and I would tell her, hey, when you come home, don't worry about the kids. Go take a shower. If you want to go to bed, go to bed. So I help her decompress while she's on driving home. So I know I know you guys was having the conversation. Okay, should your significant other help you? And like I said, for each its own. If you don't need your wife or your husband to help you, that's fine by me. But in my situation, we do help each other. Like when I have like family issues, like outside family issues, I come to my wife and talk about it. I even go to other friends and talk about it. That helps me decompress. So, whatever works for you. There's really a lot of times when we have these marriage conversations or relationships conversations, a lot of times there's no one right answer, right? Whatever works for you in your situation, God bless. So that's all I got to say.
So the only difference with what you're saying is that they didn't use the word decompress the way how you using it. You actually using the word decompression, you adding your wife into the decompression. You Absolutely. Have conversation with her and she's having conversation with you. Well, we was having a conversation at decompression is that you walk through the house and you still mad because somebody says something to you and now you bring it at home the way how HQ husband was doing in his house. So his version of decompression was leave me the fuck alone. I've had a stressful day. And that should precipitate, and then it keeps going on for like 2 years until eventually somebody have a communication, and then now he doesn't do it anymore. So no, you need to, if you have a problem at work, that should need to stay at fucking work and not come through the door.
And that's the reason why I said my wife will call me on the phone while she's driving home. So when she comes through the door, she's already straight because we already had that 15-20 minute conversation already. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I helped her decompress on her way home, or even when she was on her lunch break.
So therefore,
I say this too, though, fam. On some real shit, though, you got to have a wife that's strong enough to check your ass too, though, when you out of pocket, fam. Like sometimes you do need to decompress, and maybe you're decompressing at the wrong or on the wrong person, and she need to be able to say, "Hey, dog, you need to pipe this shit down, son, dog. You do know who you talking to, right? Like I ain't do it. You got your wife got to at least be. She got to be in position to say that."
Correct. That's
I totally understand that.
That's what. So Ronald, that's what the real conversation was like. You cannot bring that shit to your house because nobody in your household did that to you.
Yeah, when I say decompress, I don't mean like she's driving home and she's cussing me out. She's telling me what stressful happened that day. So by the time she reached home, she's good. So I hope you didn't think when I was talking about that like she was cussing me out or I'm cussing her out. No, I didn't mean that. I mean we having the conversation so that she'll be straight.
So no, what you missing is that in the decompressing conversation that we was having, what they were saying is that once they walk through the door, They don't want to talk to their woman. They don't want to talk to the kids. They want to go in these little mutual corner, smoke a blunt, drink some beer, and decompress while in the house for an hour. But what we're saying is like, no, that decompression needs to happen before you walk into the house because you brought all that stress within your household. Is the problem. So when you walk in a house, you need to be 100% with your family. It's family time, wife time, kids time. They want to run to daddy. Hey, daddy, You can't be like, hey, man, I had a hard day, little baby girl. Psh, get out of here. No, that shit got to be settled before. You cannot bring the reason why you have to take off your helmet. The reason why the whole thing of taking off a hat inside of a house is because it stems from war. Take off your helmet so you don't bring war into your house. And that's where it comes from. Take your hat off. And the same thing as this decompression shit. Leave whatever happened to you at work. At work. You are home now. Nobody in that household deserves to be taken out. You cannot take your frustration and somehow, I need an hour now. So now work extended from 8 hours plus your hour drive, and now you need an hour at home. So now this whole fucking work day is 10 hours now instead of it being 8 hours how it's supposed to be. That's a problem. That's a you problem, not your family.
Sharon, in this, like I said before, in this situation, there's no right answer. You got to know who you're dealing with.
I just gave you the right answer.
No, Sharon, come on, you got to stop this, man. Right? Like I said, if we're trying to do solutions and we as married men, right, that's why we scare people off of marriage, right? If the person that you are married to needs a half an hour, give them that half an hour. If the person, if everybody's not built like you, Sharon, if you don't need that half an hour, then God bless. If somebody needs a half an hour to decompress when they come home, just leave me alone. Let me take my shower. Let me relax. Then you can tell me what's going on.
No,
okay?
Hold on.
Give them that time.
Hold on. You just told me. All right, let's go. Now we got to rewind shit back. You just told me marriage is fucking work. So let's go with your premise because that's what you believe. That's your philosophy. It ain't mine, but that's yours. It's work. So that means when you fucking clock in, we meaning you walk through that fucking door. I don't give a fuck about what you did before. You are clocked in for life. So you don't get the chance to clock out and say, I need a half an hour. Absolutely not. You can't have it both ways. Either it's fucking work and you don't get the clock out. You're going to have to deal with
Sharon, make a poll. Sharon, make a poll.
That is the definition of work that you have to do.
Sharon, make a poll.
That you have to do it. So therefore, I don't want to hear nothing about no decompression when you walk through that door. Absolutely not.
Sharon, make a poll.
Both ways.
Sharon, make a poll. Are you okay with allowing your significant other to get a half an hour to decompress? Or as soon as they walk through the door, they got to do the work inside also. Make a poll, something like that. Is it okay to give your significant other a half an hour to decompress?
See again.
See what it says.
Hold on. So there's a problem with these conversations. Nobody want to say, you know what? I didn't even think about it that way. You didn't concede or refute the threat. You just moved the shit along. No,
them motherfuckers in the chat ain't married.
Before
got sugar bomb in the chat.
A lot of what
ratchet as hell.
Verbal abuse and disrespect. What I'm saying is this. My wife don't tell me fuck your decompression if I don't come in with respect, fam. like it's gonna need a whole nother moment to decompress from the shit she gonna be on. So, you know what I'm saying? I get Ronald's point, but there's also a point where it's like, bro, if you want her to listen to you, you can't come in like, I need 30 minutes. Leave me alone. Shut up. Because then that's a whole nother moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's some nuance in what you're saying, Ronald. I don't think you're wrong, but I think it's some nuance there. Because you know what I'm saying? You want that 30 minutes, but you're gonna have to ask for that 30 minutes kind of respectfully. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna,
I understand that.
I need 30 minutes. Leave me the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason why a successful marriage, it takes time. Eventually, once you get to know that significant other, nobody have to say anything anymore. You know, okay, when my husband come home, he needs 30 minutes, or when my wife come home, she needs 30 minutes. So it won't have to be said anymore. You know, that's how successful marriages work. You go through that storm, you have that conversation, you figure it out, then eventually you don't have to speak about it anymore. That person automatically is gonna get that 30 minutes.
And I think we got to the reason why men of old went off to the bar before they came home. I think.
God damn.
That could solve all the issues.
So Ronald, so I think this is why what you are saying is wrong, and this is why we got to correct it and have these good conversations, because what you are saying, what you don't realize is that you are promoting negative actions within a marriage, and you don't even realize it.
How is that negative? I don't get it. How is that negative?
Taz gave you an example why it could be deemed negative. I gave you a reason why it could be negative, and Omni just gave you a reason why it could be negative. This is why the men before us used to go to the bar and get plastered drunk before they walked in the house. That is a communication problem. Again, the way how Taz explained it, I walk in the house, I'm upset, and every time now, all of a sudden, it's going to produce that you always going to need a half an hour extra when you come in the house. Don't talk to me. No, everybody leave me alone. And what that breeds is, this is the thing that you are not paying attention to. When you walk through the house every single day, you need a half an hour to an hour because every few minutes is going to be different. Some going to need 2 hours, some going to need 3. So the problem is that when you promote that, now this woman, she's going to try to fix that and correct that. Hey, babe, I do not like when you come home and you need an hour to yourself every single day. Maybe it's time for you to change jobs. Is the conversation that's going to really happen in real life, because you are not looking at the progression of what's going to happen within a relationship, and that's the real problem. So people need to stop code switching so they could be who they are. So whenever something happens at work, it stays there, because your work should not travel home with you. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Sharon, that's why I tell you there's no right.
All right, before you move, what I said, do you agree with what I said, or you disagree with what I said?
I disagree with what you said, because you saying what I'm saying is wrong, and what I'm telling you is you got to get out the habit that your way is right. I told you there is no right answer in this situation. With a man and a wife, you got to do what's best for you. If I tell my wife I need a half an hour, or if my wife tells me she needs a half an hour, right? You have to be able to understand it, right? Everybody's different. Everybody's marriage is different, right?
So let me understand this right. So you have at least 3 people on panel that disagree with what you're saying.
It's okay.
And you're saying that we are all wrong and yours is correct.
I'm not saying you guys are wrong. What I'm saying is there's different ways to do it, right?
No, hold on, Ron. First of all, I never said you was wrong. I gave you a better version of how to move forward. I didn't say your way was wrong, because I already agreed. The problem is you are conflating 2 different things. You're conflating your wife calling you on the phone on the way home and decompress. You not understand that you are part of the decompression. What you are saying is separate your woman and your family from your decompression. This is a part that you are missing. And what we are saying is that, no, you got to be together as a family unit. So the way how you doing it with y'all having phone calls and you talk about it, that is not really decompression. That's you communicating with your woman. But what you are telling people to do is to detach themselves from family. Give me a minute. I don't want to talk to y'all. I got to do whatever I have to do on the back end by myself. Leave y'all, alienate y'all out of this. And now that brings in a blockage of communication is the issue with how you expressing it. And this is what you're not recognizing. I'm doing my best for you to get it. I want to bring Wildheart in it as well. While you think about what you did, you are in detention. Go ahead, Wildheart.
Yeah, I actually was going to stick up for Ronald in that I think different people need different things. Different things work for different people. So I kind of agree with Ronald on that. But what you just said makes sense as well. So, which kind of invalidates my point. So I'll shut. But like I said, there's no right way. It's just what works for you. Do you know what I mean?
All right. Okay. Let me give you a scenario. Right. Okay. I had a hard day's work. Right. I come home. My wife is already home. I give her a hug and a kiss. I see the kids. Hi, kids. I go take my shower. Then after my shower, I decide, okay, let me go use the computer for like about 15 minutes. All right. That time took a half an hour. Then I come back. Then my wife would say, hey, this bill came or something like that. Right. Everybody that comes home, they don't want to be thrown in the face. Hey, this happened today. This bill came. This bill is due. All right. Sometimes people don't want that stress that's hit them in the face. The stress of home that's hit them in the face. So if that person needs a half an hour, let them take their shower, let them read their newspaper or do whatever you want to do. Then eventually you tell them, hey, this happened today, or you throw another stressful situation at them. It's okay. If, like I said, Sharon, if you don't need that, if you're not built like that, that is good, right? Everybody's marriage is different. If somebody knows, so what I want people to get out of this is there's not only one way to do something. Right? If you meet somebody and they say, I need a half an hour, right? Give them that half an hour, right? If that person doesn't need it, is as soon as they come home, you could just tell them, hey, this bill is due, this and stuff like that. Then that's okay also, right? There's no one right way to this. That's one
Wrong.
thing we have to.
Now
We
I'm
come on
gonna
these
say.
panels and
Now
expect
I'm gonna
everything to be
say.
one way.
Now I'm gonna say you're wrong. But I want to say this as well.
Sharon's gonna be Sharon, man.
Hey, do y'all think I'm autistic on the spectrum? Because my beautiful friend Jokabet said I am on the spectrum and I'm autistic. God damn it. Shit.
I didn't know if she was talking about you or Ron. I didn't know who that was for.
What you think, Ami? Am I on the spectrum?
I think we all on the spectrum a little bit.
Yeah. I think literally everybody is on a spectrum.
Absolutely not. Everybody's not on the spectrum.
Everybody's on a spectrum.
I'm actually trying at the moment to find out whether I'm autistic or not. I went to the doctors, but they said it could take up to 3 years just to diagnose it. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being autistic. It's just a different way of thinking.
Right. She never said was anything wrong with it. She just said I'm on the spectrum. That's all. But the fact of the matter, what I'm saying is this: that decompression is a solo act, and what I'm saying is that we need to, when we walk through the house and we are in this family, that we need to always be 100% available for our family, and we shouldn't have times where I'm not available and all this other BS that we talking about. If you're talking about I'm angry at something, then yes, you have a right to be angered and deal with your anger, but it should be reflected on the time. When I walk through that goddamn door and you are met with love, no man should be like, no, kids, I need a half an hour, leave me alone. That's insane for you to promote that kind of rhetoric. It's remedial at best.
Or just another solution could be just when you get home, just park in the driveway and just quietly sob to yourself for half an hour before you walk through the door. That's all.
I didn't say don't hug your kids. In my scenario, I said you hug. You give your wife a hug and a kiss, give the kids a hug and a kiss, then you go take your shower and take your little break for half an hour, right?
No.
So I didn't say I don't want to see the wife, I don't want to see the kids, or I need to use the back door or something like that. No, you still see them, you greet them, then you go take your little break that you need. Nothing's wrong with that. It all depends on that person. That's if you know how your wife, if you know what it takes to make your wife happy, or a woman, if you know what it takes to make your husband happy, do it. That's the reason why that's how marriage works, right? But if somebody tells you, oh, I need a half an hour, in your mind, oh no, you don't need no half an hour. That means you don't love me no more.
Do you believe that people can learn behaviors?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so now if you are teaching yourself that every day when you walk in the house you need a half an hour, you don't think that's a learned behavior?
Sure, why not?
All right, so why not unlearn it? It's a bad behavior to learn.
Because
so if you could train yourself to learn better behaviors, that's going to just make you a better human being. It's going to make you a better husband. It's going to make you a better father. So why are we telling people to do things that is not good for the family? This is what I'm trying to explain. I don't know why people don't understand it. Stop promoting things that is bad for the family. It is
not bad for the family.
You need to learn how to work through your shit. You're a grown-ass human being. Work through your shit before you get through the goddamn.
That's not bad for your family. How's that bad for your family if you
because you are not being 100% there for your family at the time. You always need a half an hour. You just said not too long ago that you cannot get back time. So you are taking a half an hour away from your family, being 100% you every time you do that every single day. That's going to add up to years. That's going to add up to decades if you do it on a long period of time. So stop taking time away from your family because you do not want to deal with whatever personal thing that you have at home. If time actually means that much to you, like how you said earlier, because you just got on this woman for leaving the household and said, don't you want that time back? So don't you want your time back every half an hour? Yes.
But that person, no, it's different. That's a whole different situation. I told her in her situation, was it possible for her to go on the other side of the home, right? When you leave, that could be considered abandonment depending on the person.
Jesus
so
Christ.
If you didn't leave.
Ronald. You are promoting the same thing that she did.
No, it's different. She left the house. I'm in the house. I'm taking a shower, reading my paper just for a half an hour, right?
That's insane to me.
Like I said,
You don't realize the correlation.
you don't get it, man.
Correlation to what you were saying, what you said earlier. Then I guess
it is not a bad thing, Sharon. You got to understand your way is not the only way to do something, right?
Not Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Great conversation, bro. I'm gonna go decompress from the latter end. And
hey, I mean, am I wrong about what I was? Didn't he just tell that woman that she got to get her time back, and when she loved that time back, and now he's saying the opposite?
Indeed, that is what he said.
Yeah, but in her situation,
I'm gonna go decompress.
No problem.
In her situation, like I said, she left. She left the kids. The man came home from a hard day's work. He was upset for some reason, and she decided to go away for 4 hours. So now he had to go take care of the kids. He had to go feed the kids. So he went from like one job quickly back to another job, right?
Wow.
In my situation is different. I came home. If I need a half an hour, I go take my shower, read my papers or whatever. Then after you could tell me what went wrong today, you know, like what bills are due or something like that. It's a whole different story. It's not a bad thing, right? It's the same thing with my wife, like I told you, right? If she had a hard day's work, sometimes she called me on the phone and I tell her, hey, when you come home, don't worry about anything. I got the kids, I got the food, everything, right? That's how you're supposed to help each other, right? So if me, like I said, this is not my situation, but if somebody needs a half an hour to decompress, right, to take away some stress, you know, you as that significant other, let them have it. It is not a bad thing, and that's the reason why people run away from marriage, because we have all these conversations, right, and we make marriage look so difficult. Help that other person. If that person needs a half an hour, it is not a bad thing. All right, we gotta
help the person.
We don't want to make it look easy. Yeah, it is.
Look, you cannot help the other person if they excluded you out of the help. If you are decompressing, you need all this time alone. You are not a part of the help. I don't know.
A half an hour is not all this time, man. Come on, the half an hour. The half an hour is not a lot of time, right? And I said part of the half an hour was them taking a shower, right? You're making a big deal out of nothing.
No, you're not understanding the words that you're using.
You definitely need time to yourself.
Yeah, get them time to themselves. That's all I'm trying to say. If they need a half an hour, it's not a bad thing.
Decompression is not time to yourself. Decompression means that you are going to relieve pressure. That's what decompression means. Time to yourself is time to yourself. Decompression means that you have pressure. So you gotta release. What? Okay, so what?
So if part of decompression for them is okay, let me take my shower, read my papers, or go check my email, let them have it. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, that's
right?
not what
that could be what decompression means for that person.
I have a problem with when y'all talk sometimes, because y'all don't understand that words actually mean something, and y'all just talking to be talking, and y'all trying to make everything mean one thing. No, decompression got a set meaning. It means to relieve pressure.
Right. So that might be how that person relieves pressure.
Having time to yourself doesn't mean that you're relieving pressure. Having time to yourself is just you having time to yourself. It's not a negative thing, but decompression is a negative thing. That's why you got to relieve the pressure, so you can get back into a positive state. That's what decompression is all about. So you can get back into who you are. We are not saying that, right? So when you come home, you are stressed. You're releasing stress. You're releasing pressure. Having time to yourself is just time to yourself. Those are two different
things. Sharon, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. That person could say, you know what?
The problem is that you want to combine two different things. That is all a part of it. It is all good. You want to, even though you cannot argue the actual definition, you just arguing your perception of the definition. Even though I clearly stated what you're doing with your wife, because you brought her into it as well, and what y'all do together. That is not my idea of decompression, because that's my idea. When I hear you say that, that is y'all communicating. So you are involved in this so-called decompression, and that's the issue that you're really having, is because y'all have great communication and you bring in your communication style into the word decompression, and that is what the problem really is.
And Sharon, and what you're saying when it comes to your meaning of decompression, that person they walked into the house still stressed out from what happened at work, right? Am I correct?
No, so what I'm saying is kind of like what BJ Tight is saying, right? She's saying, Sharon, which is better, taking 20, 30 minutes every day, or staying gone all day once a week. So this is the issue that what you are saying, you don't understand. You are taking it when you the way how you explaining it, you are taking yourself out of the family situation for that half an hour, 20 minutes every day, or once a week, once an hour. And that is the issue that I'm having with you. For some reason, you want to just argue that point, even though I think I said my point pretty explained very plainly, but
Yeah,
you're making
but
it
like I
difficult
said, Sharon,
because you're into semantics right now, and you don't actually disagree with what I'm saying. So, but it's weird.
Sharon, like I said, what that person said was correct. Which one you rather? At least that person is in the house. But like I said, if they need if they need a little time to themselves, give them. You know, we have to. You know how everybody have their love language, right? You need to understand what that other person need, and don't and sometimes in our marriage we get too selfish, right?
Again, see, like
Let that person.
I'm not going to disagree, but you're moving past what I'm saying, and it's fine. What I'm saying is that don't try to just. I don't know how far you're willing to be right. If you want to be right in the moment, I'll let you have it. Ronald is right. He is correct because now you're just moving the goalpost to something else, and I'm probably going to agree with what you're moving it towards. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about a very specific thing, and I don't know why you're not understanding it, but I think because you just want to argue it. So
No, Sharon, I said you have to do what is best for your marriage. If your wife doesn't need a half an hour, that's good. If my wife needs a half an hour, I will give her that half an hour, right? There is no wrong or right in the situation. It depends on your person. And that's the reason why I really hate sometimes we have on these panels where we always think there's one way to be married, right? And if you're not doing that way, something's wrong with you. All right. You have to speak to your wife. The wife's supposed to speak to your husband. What would be best for you? What will help you to calm down after a long day's work? I need a half an hour. You need a half an hour? Yeah, don't put no bills in my face. Don't tell me what happened with the kids. Just give me a half an hour, and then after you can talk to me. Like for example, if you're let's say if the husband comes in at 6 o'clock every day, and he says, "Give me that half an hour." At 6:30, you can tell me everything that happened that's wrong today. Tell me what happened to the kids. The kids missed the school bus. The kids got suspended from school. Right? Tell me all that stuff at 6:30. But when I walk in at 6 o'clock, just give me a hug. Right? Let me go take my shower and and relax a little bit. Then at 6:30, you can tell me all the troubles that happened that day. Nothing's wrong with that. Right? So that wife shouldn't say, "Oh, because my husband needs a half an hour, that means he doesn't love me. That means he doesn't care about the kids." Then all of a sudden we're fighting for no reason. And like I said, that's the reason why these marriages fail for all these little silly reasons, because we think there's always one way to do it. If that person could walk in at 6 o'clock and don't need a break, as soon as they walk in and say, "Okay, what troubles happened today?" What if our kids got in a fight at school? One of our kids got expelled, right? That's well and good also. Right?
So
So we just got to talk to each other.
Here's the difference. Like I'm able to communicate without putting some crazy metaphors behind it. And I mean that's just the difference of how we communicate. I'm able to stick to the point. You got to put references in it just because your point is a little faulty, and it's fine with that. I have no problem with that. As long as we both are successful at it, that's what I'm asking. Go ahead, Eso. I'm listening.
Yeah, nah, I don't know if it's a right or wrong way to
Right.
be married. You know what I'm saying? If y'all making it work for however many years, then y'all making it work however many years. If it's effortless and it's not even like you gotta make it work, so to speak, then that's all the more power to you. But like, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of when we look on these panels, a lot of the keys will see right in front of us. You know what I'm saying? What's the key to being married for a long time? Separate rooms. You know what I mean? Having your own space. You know what I mean? A man cave or whatever. You get to
that's a perfect
or
plan.
whatever
I wanted to end the conversation, but Eso brought up a good point. Very good. Thank you, Eso. Oh, excellent. What do you think about that, Ronald?
The man cave?
No, separate rooms.
No, I think that's stupid.
Thank you.
Why in the world would I get married?
No, stop. Absolutely not. No. You just said it's more than one way for a marriage to work. If that person needs to sleep alone, and because that's what they need to decompress, then guess what? They gotta decompress alone in their bed. You sleep in your goddamn
for 8 hours?
room. I sleep it. Yep, that's what you
Nah,
don't
that's
understand.
crazy.
No,
I didn't get
you
married.
crazy. You don't understand that. That's
I
what
didn't
you're
get married to
promoting.
be
What's
alone.
wrong with that? You said 30 minutes. What's wrong with 8 hours?
Right.
Nah,
Because that's
nah,
what that person needs. Hold on.
nah.
Ronald, what you don't understand, what you were saying. This is the understanding that I
Sharon,
do
you
not
been
get.
kicking his ass this whole time. Why do you keep beating
No,
on
big
this
dog.
man like
No,
this?
big. You're
God
wrong about
damn,
that, big
big
dog.
dog.
What's up, big dog? I ain't seen since Fight Club, man. What you been
My
doing,
boy
bro?
say, go mouth. He done had enough. I'm picking him up and cam in. Hey
Hey, Cody, man. I ain't seen since
man,
Fight
you
Club. What you been
beat on
doing?
this man head like that, man. Why are you doing this dude like that, big dog? God damn.
But yeah, if it like I said, my marriage, nah, I need one room. I don't need 8 hours to decompress. I want to be able to roll over. My wife is there. So yeah, me personally, no, I would never do that, and I would never marry somebody that wants to do that. But if that works for somebody else's marriage, then that's y'all. But nah, not in my marriage. We need to be in the same room.
Thank you, Joker Bear. And maybe now Joker Bear would not say I'm on the spectrum anymore. But at the same time, I do process things that probably a little different than other people. I understand what they actually saying, and sometimes people do not understand what they are actually saying, which is a little weird to me sometimes that he don't realize that he said and he contradicted himself twice in one episode without being able to substantiate the difference of or the nuances and why he contradicted himself. Because we do, as human beings, we do contradict ourselves sometimes. But I know the nuances of why I contradict. Like, I am a non-violent person. However, if you was to slap me, I'm going to punch you. So therefore, that is a contradiction. However, it is a nuance to that contradiction. And I know that it's a nuance to that contradiction, but somehow y'all people don't understand that y'all contradict yourselves. And it's perfectly fine. It is what it is. We all process information different, and you don't see any faults in the things that you said today. You don't see no contradictions in the words you used today. And doesn't seem like you are going to, even when I know you had to hear it just now. But
yeah, I just disagree with the separate bedrooms. I think that's silly. But if somebody want to do it in their marriage, you could do it. But I think it's silly.
The problem is, Ronald, once you say that if you have a half an hour, you cannot say somebody else can't have a separate room. Whatever it is that they decide is decompression for themselves.
Yeah, like I said,
what it is. No, don't say yeah, like you said. So you know what I'm saying?
I think it's silly.
So I agree. I agree with verbal assassin. Yes, Sharon, you contradict yourself all the time. But the difference is that I know the nuances of why I contradict myself. Like I just gave you the example of I'm a non-violent person, but somebody put their hands on me, I would be very violent. So yes, that is literally a contradiction. But it's a contradiction that most people will understand and take as okay, yeah, I could understand that. So the problem is most human beings are very contradicted.
Right.
We
Protect yourself at all times.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is. And people try to act like human beings are black and white. We are not black and white. We have, for different reasons, for different people. Somebody else could say, what up, bitch ass nigga, and somebody else say, what up, bitch ass nigga, and two different responses are going to come out that same human being. That's just what it is. As contradictive as that sound, that's what it is.
Yeah, and Sharon, I mean, and this all goes back to when you first dating somebody, right? If me and a lady having a conversation and she wants to have separate bedrooms in a marriage and I want to have one bedroom, then I just won't date her. I'll find somebody else. That's why we always have to have this conversation. So there'll be less of less fighting in your marriage. Even though fighting is going to come up, but yeah, that's separate bedrooms. Yeah, I would never do that.
Fine,
but all you gotta do is
but you just
find somebody that does it, that's willing to do it.
The only problem is you just not realizing that's both the same. It is one and the same. Only difference is that you put in a shorter period of time on it. But at the end of the day, you cannot say how much time somebody need. Half an hour, 2 hours, 8 hours, sleep, whatever it is that they need. You cannot put a time frame on it. If I come home, I say, hey, babe, I'm tired and I fall asleep on the couch. And now that is my new habit that I fall asleep on the couch. Then she can't get mad, right? Because that's making me happy. But you're not understanding the progression.
That's okay.
But you're not understand. But that's the same thing as separate beds.
No, that's different. You sleeping like you go to bed for that's about 8-9 hours. That's a whole different story. But like I said, that is not for me. It's one thing to come home
Ronald,
and
I
you
don't
fall
think
asleep
you're
on the
really
couch.
listening to yourself. I think you're just talking at this point just to talk.
No, I'm not.
I promise you now.
That is different, man.
Okay,
that
cool.
is different.
Okay, you just contradicted yourself again. So you saying you're
Oh,
okay?
Lord.
You're not okay with separate beds, but you're okay with them
Nah,
sleeping on the couch every night. That's crazy.
No. If that person that's coming, let's say the person coming at 6 o'clock, right? They're not gonna sleep on.
Why you
They
gotta
probably
give me
might sleep for about an hour on the
listen,
couch.
let me tell you how you know you're losing, right? Because you got to give me you got to give me a
Good
scenario.
Lord.
I'm not giving
I gotta
you
give you a scenario. Listen, because you mightn't be understanding what I'm trying to say, right? If somebody coming from a hard day's work, right? Like I said, 6 o'clock, right? And they just go on the couch. That might be for an hour, for the most part, 2 hours, right? They not, then eventually they'll come to the bed in the nighttime, and we both, and they both sleep together in the same bed.
I think
right?
I think you hear what you want to hear, and it's fine. Because I'm
You know,
having a conversation. I said a certain thing, and you are just saying what you want to say instead of actually having a conversation.
Yeah, but when it's like I said, when it's bedtime, we should have one bed.
Yeah. And so you heard that? He said, "Yeah." He just continued to talk about what he wants to
I can't do
talk
that. Yeah.
Nah, for
one of my love languages is touch.
So that was crazy just now.
So Eso, you want separate beds? That's what you're
get what
saying?
he's saying though. He's saying like, all right, your decompressing can't interfere with me and with I don't know. It's only one way. So it's only 30 minutes. She only get 30 minutes to decompress. That's it. 35 minutes. You going too far now?
No, it depends on what you have that conversation with that significant other, right? It's all about conversation. What will make that person, what would make that person help relieve that stress? And if they want 30 minutes, get them 30 minutes. If they want an hour, get them an hour. But but that scenario of sleeping in separate bedrooms, sleeping is usually, let's say, 6 to 8 hours, right? That's a lot. In my situation, I want to be able to roll over and my wife is there, right? So I would not marry somebody that wants separate bedrooms. I would just tell her, hey, I think that's silly, right? If for some reason, because I've heard about this also, if a man or wife needs separate bedrooms, then God bless them. That's their situation. That's not my situation. I still think it's silly, but if it works for them, if they makes their life better, that's okay. And I saw somebody was talking about snoring. There's things called Z Quiet and other things to help you to put in your mouth to help that person with the snoring so they don't make all that noise. So there are ways to work around it where you could both sleep in a bed together and that person's not snoring up all over the place.
Hey, this doesn't work in my house at all. Me and my wife both tried this. That don't work. They'll come in and sniff it all like, Daddy, did you have
what you eat today? Was that sweet potato fries?
This did not work at all,
You got a
Callie.
good nose, little kid. Hey, yeah.
It's like, man, you had Mexican dad for lunch. You didn't tell me.
Hey, good.
Damn it, kid, put you leave me alone.
It's spicy in here. Nah. If you got kids, how you gonna tell them you need to decompress? Come on. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he tripping, but he just don't realize the faultiness in his thinking because he's only really thinking about his situation and how they moving happily, but he's not really thinking about the words that he's using, how it's going to affect other people. That's the issue that he having. So,
and Callie Bev just said that one of the things she used to do was go in the bathroom and just lock the door, just act like she want to use the bathroom. That way she kind of get away from the kids for a while. I think that's okay. So you think that's wrong? If she wants to, like, okay, just give me a chance, let me decompress. So she go in the bathroom, lock the bathroom. She tell the kids, hey, I gotta use the bathroom, right? So is that wrong in your eyes? I think that's okay.
No, I'm saying, what if you sleep wild? Is it okay for them to have another bed, or are you gonna have to get like 2 king beds, like somebody said in the chat?
They do got something called. They do have something called Alaskan King. I would suggest people look. It's expensive, but man, Alaskan King could hold 5 grown adults in the bed with no issue whatsoever. I'm talking about you still have space to stretch out. Alaskan King, beautiful bed. You could roll over like 3-4 times. The only problem is if you have a pee problem at night, you might have a difficult time if you sleep in the middle of the bed. Because you got to roll over like 2-3 times to get out. But
hey, Sharon, you didn't answer that question. Callie Bev said that the way one of the things that she does is she tells her kids she needs to use the bathroom, and she go in the bathroom and lock the door. So is that a bad thing? I think that's okay.
Yeah, but I also don't think that's decompression. That's her attempted to get some alone time. That's
that could be decompression also.
No, it's two different things. Jesus Christ, having alone time and decompression is two different things. Is all I'm trying to tell you.
Oh man. Yeah.
Always good to have a conversation with you. We extended it. Thank you everybody for hanging out with us.
Yeah, man. I'm actually
y'all can send me a goddamn $1. Y'all was hanging out, we was having a good time talking about taking shit by ourselves and shit like that.
Yeah, check your cash out.
Yeah, man. Hey, Sharon, a good conversation, man. Yeah, I'm over by my mother-in-law's house, so I might need to go fix my marriage now since I've been out here with you all this time. Let me go fix my marriage.
No, all you gotta say was that you was in the car and you was decompressing and everything should be perfectly.
You need to go fix them goddamn talking points.
I'll tell my. What up, Cody?
Shout out to Eso. He said he sent me some money for the water fund. Sherry Berry also said, "Here's my $2 for my 2 cents." And for and she also sent another one saying, "Untrustworthy, is he married?" So she puts her own money to her own water fund. Shout out to everybody that came through. Appreciate everybody that sent me a single.
Hey, what's up, Cody? How you doing?
So thank you everybody. Y'all. We got 76 watching. Please send a single dollar bill. That is awesome. If you can, that is appreciated. If you can't, it is understandable. But you need to hit the like button if that's the case.
All right. All right, Sharon. Let me go save my marriage. I'll talk to you later. All right. Thanks for putting me up.
I'm glad I helped you decompress.
I'll tell my wife I was looking for solutions. I'm looking for solutions.
There we go. That's what
all right. Take care.
We are the solution-based gang. We here to rebel against remedial rhetoric, and I believe we accomplished that today. Absolutely, we got down to some things. I did have, again, another successful show. Shout out to Sin. Shout out to.
About to be a situation.
She said, "For detention, here's a 2-ball for your detention." God damn it. Thank y'all. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all are really dope. I'm glad that we built this thing together, and we're gonna keep on soaring high, and we're gonna keep building this plane as we fly this Jones, and we're gonna keep building great content, great conversations. Also, I want to say that we built this whole 5 hours of conversation with not one video shown, so that shows we are attempting to be intellectual as much as we possibly can and build off a conversation, build off the chat room, build off the panel. Y'all don't understand how much y'all mean to me. Thank you. Hopefully that means something to y'all as well. I'll see y'all later. Make sure you pick up a hoodie in the solution-based game. That's how you can help me out as well. So let's see. Where are we with the likes? Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way out. That's ridiculous. Hit the like button on the way out. I appreciate y'all. Later. I believe is there any of our people's who live? Let's see. Let's go. Who we gonna go bombard? Let's go see. Who else is on the damn lives? We got anybody else that's lit out there? We got Daryl Long. He's live. Go check him out. He got a new channel. Chaotic, Easy, Israel Mills. I think that's about it. All right, dog. I'll see you. Oh, thank you, Sid 7. I appreciate you. So y'all heard. Go ahead, DB. Drop his channel in the chat. Make sure you know that we coming from the SBG over to the Simp Nation. Show that man some love. Oh, you at work? Oh, the AOC is sometime today as well. So Aaron O and Cheeky, they're about to go live sometime today, very shortly. Make sure we all go show them some love as well. We know they're gonna. Okay, God damn it. They home. Yo, shit. Huh? No, she's asleep. Dita degenerate. He's a mess.